My name is Jerry Ajololo, and it's an absolute delight and pleasure to be amongst you, great men and women who gather every year to learn, to collaborate, to share in the spirit of advancing business and economic transformation. Today we gather here again on a very unique note, one of digital leadership. Today's leaders need to deal with unprecedented changes and unpredictable and challenging future due to the fourth industrial revolutions. In the wake of disruptions, chaos, ambiguity, and hence our theme, digital leadership for the digital economy, leading digital business and government transition. It promises to be a public-private sector CEO dialogue and learning. Let's begin with a word of welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, 75 years of making the impact that matters in Ghana as the leading professional services organization, 6 of which have been with us, the Ghana CEO Summit, as our knowledge partners. I'm talking about Deloitte. Make welcome the country managing partner, Mr. Daniel Owusu.
As the MC said, Deloitte is 75 years this year, and part of the 6 years of it, we have been working with the CEO Summit to deliver the summit every year. What is our role as knowledge partners? Our role is to ensure that we provide the skills that are needed, we provide the right panel to sit in the teams that are going to do the discussions. We also ensure that we facilitate the discussions, and you see throughout the day the knowledge and the people that we have assembled to help in the discourse that we are going to have. Digital leadership for digital economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me talk about some research that we have done as a firm. So globally, we did a research about digital leadership. 80% of employees that we spoke to said that they do not have leaders that can drive the digital agenda. That means that only 20% believe that their leaders are ready to drive the agenda. And that is something that we want to look at as we go along. In another research that we did, out of 1,254, 74% of executives said they have the digital strategy. But out of that 74%, only 15% said they have the capabilities and the knowledge to deliver what is required to be digital leaders. That means that it is clear that there's a significant gap when we are talking about digital leadership, which is why for us, this year's topic is very interesting, and it gives opportunity for us to deal with the issues. So what do we stand to gain? And you would have seen that COVID exposed a lot of leaders and a lot of organizations who were not prepared. Digital is the way to go, and it has become the new normal. It helps us to avoid cost that we can manage. It helps us to gain competitive advantage in the things that we do. It also helps us to mitigate certain risk that our businesses face. It creates efficiency, productivity, and leads to high staff morale, and we have seen that. What are the 4 key pillars to drive digital transformation? And the first one, define ambition for the future. And CEOs, you need to define what you want to achieve. The second one is to design and develop digital leaders. So you need to identify who are the people that are going to drive this and come along with you. You need to also rewire the business. You have to let people understand where the business is going. And you have to engage the people to drive the change that you are looking for. Some of the key success factors. One is executive and supervisory board visibility. We call that tone at the top. You need your board to buy in to the change that you are looking for. We have to focus on digital as a core of what we do. And last but not the least, it has to be measured in terms of quantifiable numbers, and it has to result in our P&L. So we should be able to measure how much is coming through our P&L. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with something about India. And I have some of my friends that are here. India is home to about 1,300 organizations, global organizations as service centers. And when we are talking about service centers, we are talking about where they build a network and people send work for India to do it. And my firm alone, Deloitte, we have over 100,000 of employees that are working as service centers. But that is not why I raised the topic. India earns a portrait, when you are talking about India economy, about 34 billion from service centers alone. Service centers alone, and 34 billion by my check in 2021, that is about 50% of our GDP. Service center, people send work and then they do it. The question is, how did India become so well known? Deloitte have done a research which shows that within the next 2 to 3 years, by the year 2026, India will earn about 60 to 80 billion from service centers alone. And that is also something for us to reflect on. So why India? Is it because of the technology? Is it because of digitization? Is it because of their work ethics? Is it because maybe their culture? Or maybe their integrity? I want us to reflect on this as we get along. What are the lessons that we have for Ghana? We cannot compete with India, but we can sell to ourselves. We want to be the service center hub for at least for Africa, because we cannot compete with India. And if we can earn 10% of that, that is a significant jump in our GDP. So what are we to look at? Digitization, and this is why this topic is crucial. Data protection is very important. We need to work on our work ethics. The government have to find a way to find incentives for this to happen. There has to be things around technology park zone, where the government will give incentives for private and public sector to set up places where service centers can thrive. We see this as a huge opportunity for Ghana as a game changer. What are my 3 call to action for CEOs? We have to change our mindset around learning and leading. What got you where you are will not take you to your next level. And there are a few examples that we can look at. And I'm sure we've cited this many times. We can look at Nokia. New levels of collaboration across various boundaries are required. If we are talking about making big things, then maybe you cannot do it all by yourself. we have to promote digitally enabled innovation to speed up the rate of Ghana's digital transformation at all levels. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this note, let me welcome you all to the Seize Ghana CEO Summit. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Speaking to us now, ladies and gentlemen, is the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. 65 years of promoting effective regulation and supervision have earned for them that pride of place as the Bank of the Year 2 times in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite him to speak to us on digital leadership for Ghana's banking economy, leading business and government transformation. Dr. Ernest Addison.
First of all, let me applaud the CEO Summit team for the foresight in institutionalizing this annual event that provides a platform for CEOs, policymakers, business leaders, entrepreneurs, among others, to discuss issues of relevant interest that affects their general conduct of business and their quest to continuously seek and advocate policies that will enhance the business environment. You know, as a central bank governor, I'm not going to delve into a topic on digitalization without speaking about the economy. And as you all know, the last 2 years has indeed been a challenging one for policymakers globally. COVID-19 pandemic and its impact of 2020, the much anticipated recovery in 2021, and the sudden Russian-Ukraine war have all played out to introduce complexities in macroeconomic management and dented confidence. And so my remarks today will focus on restoring confidence in the wake of the recent macroeconomic challenges. Given the uncertainty of the times, I deem this topic as appropriate and offers the opportunity for the business community to soberly reflect on the current trajectory of the Ghanaian economy in the face of multiple shocks. My address on this subject will focus on 3 main points: understanding the challenges, the impact of the sequential shocks on the economy, and the coordinated policy actions to steer the economy back to stability and growth, and ultimately restore confidence. Mr. Chairman, the world economy was impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Starting off as a health crisis, the impact quickly transitioned into an economic and financial crisis, which required synchronized global policy responses. These ranged from large global fiscal stimulus packages, accommodative monetary policies, and macro-prudential regulatory reliefs designed to ensure appropriate liquidity flows in the financial sector to prop up economic activity. Here in Ghana, and within the context of avoiding an economic recession, some of these complementary policies were implemented. Leveraging the ongoing digitalization process rolled out by the government to reduce costs and help cushion the impact of the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll recall that although macroeconomic conditions at the end of 2019 remained strong, alongside a fully rejuvenated banking sector that had just undergone reforms, the pandemic introduced serious challenges. Economic activity slowed down sharply due to the restrictive movements and supply disruptions. Inflation doubled to double digits due to increases in food prices, Global supply chain disruptions impacted adversely on trade. Businesses faced severe supply constraints with weak consumer demand and cost-cutting measures, such as reduced working hours and staff layoffs. In addition, the fiscal consolidated path was derailed, and the fiscal responsibility law, with a fiscal rule of a fiscal deficit of 5% of GDP, was suspended to enable the government to support the ailing socio-economic conditions that had emerged. These adverse effects threatened to disrupt the considerable gains achieved prior to 2020. However, the policy responses and measures that were implemented helped moderate the impact of COVID-19 somewhat and supported the economic rebound. From 0.5% in 2020, GDP growth bounced to 5.4% in 2021, supported by the services and agricultural sectors. A significant revenue shortfalls combined with increased COVID-related spending resulted in a substantial financing gap, high fiscal deficits, and rising debt levels. These debt sustainability concerns eventually led to the country's sovereign credit downgrades, which technically blocked Ghana out of international capital markets, deepening financing challenges. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the above challenges that complicated the rebound of the economy was another external shock, the Russian-Ukraine war. The war has further worsened supply chain bottlenecks that emerged during the pandemic, triggered global food and fuel price shocks, and resulted in elevated inflation globally. With inflation at historical high levels, central banks all over the world immediately had to shift from the accommodative monetary policy stance that had supported the pandemic to policy tightening. This triggered capital outflows from emerging and developing economies, widened sovereign bond spreads, and put pressures on currencies similar to what we have observed in Ghana. Of course, countries with weakened fundamentals took heavier hits than those with strong fundamentals and buffers. The developments in global capital markets combined with internal challenges that resulted to the ratings downgrade have played out to exacerbate price and exchange rate pressures in the domestic economy. The Ghanaian cedi came under severe pressure in the first quarter of 2022 as offshore investors exited positions in domestic securities at a time when demand for foreign exchange had increased. The foreign exchange pressures, coupled with tight forex liquidity due to the absence from the international capital markets, contributed to the significant currency depreciation. Cumulatively, the Ghana cedi depreciated by 15.8% against the US dollar in the year to 18th May 2022, compared with an appreciation of 0.5% in the same period of 2021. Recent price developments indicate elevated pressures from both domestic and external sources. These include the global energy and food price shock and its consequential upward adjustments in domestic ex-pump petroleum prices and transportation costs, domestic food prices, as well as the pass-through effects of exchange rate depreciation. Headline inflation has increased sharply from 13.9% in January 2022 to 23.6% in April 2022, driven by both food and non-food prices. The Bank of Ghana's inflation target is 8 plus or minus 2%. The current inflation rate of 23.6% is nearly 3 times the central target of the bank and has significantly complicated the conduct of monetary policy, making those of us in charge very uncomfortable. But I am sure that our discomfort cannot be compared to the feeling of the ordinary man in the street who is confronted with these rapid changes in prices on a day-to-day basis. I think we have all begun to appreciate the importance of stability in sustaining livelihoods and standards of living. The developments in the global economy have impacted Ghana strongly, as it is occurring, as I earlier alluded to, in this context of our inability to access capital markets. This has elevated Ghana's external vulnerabilities and translated into balance of payment pressures, although the trade surplus improved somewhat due to higher crude oil export earnings. However, the significant net portfolio reversals and weak inflows into the capital and financial account has resulted in a widening balance of payments outturn, with loss of reserves in the first quarter of 2022. The prevailing tight financing conditions and further policy rate hikes in the advanced economies make the external financing conditions unfavorable and poses real risks to the external outlook. The developments have also impacted government finances and created financing challenges for the budget. The issuance of bonds and securities have not been met with significant uptake by the market. In response, the government has announced a series of expenditure cuts of up to nearly 30% to deal with the situation. It is expected that the $2 billion syndicated facility will provide some relief to both the budget and the balance of payments. Although growth prospects remain positive, these challenges have dampened consumer and business confidence in the domestic economy. The upside risks to inflation outlook are significant, and the second round effects of upward adjustments in export prices and possible utility tariffs could further amplify inflation pressures in the outlook. We have heard several arguments by stakeholders on the Bank of Ghana's response to the inflation problem, with some stakeholders arguing that these supply-side shocks cannot be resolved by raising the policy rate, especially because the inflation we are experiencing is imported. I took some time during the recent MPC press conference to explain that the bank is very much aware that supply-side shocks are more difficult to deal with. The policy rate tightening emanates from the fact that the NPC assessed that the shocks are becoming embedded in domestic prices. Oil price shocks, for example, sends price impulses and spreads to other prices in the economy, which then affects economic agents' expectations. The monetary policy response is directed at the second round effects of these supply-side shocks. Consequently, the policy response has been swift, and as you all know, we have seen the implementation of very prudent policies on both the monetary and fiscal side to try to regain stability. Inflation challenge has brought to the fore the importance of stability, which we take for granted, and has clearly shown that macroeconomic stability would be the bedrock to enhance confidence and build back better from the pandemic/war effects. The measures taken so far include the policy rate hikes. Cumulatively since November 2021, we raised the policy rate by 550 basis points. First, 100 basis points in November 2021, then 250 basis points in March 2022, an additional 200 basis points in May. Currently, the rate stands at 19%. These measures are expected to dampen the heightened inflation pressures in the medium term. In addition to the policy rate increases, the bank reversed prudential regulatory reliefs extended to universal banks at the height of the pandemic. Under these measures, the cash reserve ratio was increased to 12%. The capital adequacy ratio reset back to 13%. And the provisioning rate for loans in the other loans exceptionally mentioned category reset back to the pre-pandemic level of 10%. These are intended to withdraw excess liquidity from the system and moderate demand pressures. To ease off increased volatility in the foreign exchange market, the bank extended the forward auctions to include the bulk oil distributing companies. These form part of measures taken by the bank to address foreign exchange liquidity constraints within the local petroleum sector and aid price discovery. On the fiscal side, as I said earlier on, the government announced a nearly 30% expenditure cut while enhancing revenue mobilization measures to ensure the attainment of the deficit target for 2022, as well as the announcement of a syndicated arrangement to help improve the financing of the budget. The monetary policy rate hikes, reversal of the regulatory reliefs, the fiscal measures have all helped to positively impact on the foreign exchange market. And as you're all aware, the local currency has gained some of the first quarter losses. These are positive signals to boost investor confidence in the outlook. Going forward, the bank will continue to implement prudent monetary and external policies to ensure price and exchange rate stability for business growth. These should help re-anchor inflation expectations and restore confidence to the economy. Mr. Chairman, let me now turn to the theme for the day, that is digital leadership for a digital economy. As you're all aware, the bank has been at the forefront of the digitization agenda for close to 2 decades now. This started with the passage of the Payment Systems Act 2003 at 662, which provided the legal and regulatory basis for the introduction of technology in the banking industry. This was followed with the implementation of a real-time gross settlement system, which is the Ghana Interbank Settlement System. This infrastructure significantly improved the efficiency of wholesale and large value interbank funds transfer and liquidity management. In 2007, additional institutional reforms were carried out, which led to the establishment of the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems Limited. Since then, GIPS has rapidly transformed the payments ecosystem through the implementation of interoperable interbank retail payment systems, including electronic check clearing, automated clearinghouse for direct debit and credit funds transfer, instant payment, GH-Link card, and mobile money interoperability. At the next phase of the digitization agenda, the bank reinforced the regulatory frameworks to tackle financial exclusion in a practical and affordable manner. This led to the issuance of the branchless banking guidelines in 2008, which provided the regulatory support for mobile money through partnerships between banks and telecommunication companies. A further review of the BBG led to the Electronic Money Issuers and Agents Guideline in 2015 to address some regulatory challenges and boost the adoption of the mobile money concept. These regulatory changes provided the needed boost to the expansion of mobile money operations and set the stage for financial technology in Ghana. The enabling regulatory environment attracted several fintech companies into the ecosystem who introduced innovative digital financial products and services on the back of the mobile money operations. The operations at the time by fintechs were largely unregulated, and to better harness their potential, an extensive review and consolidation of laws, regulations, policies, and guidelines within the payment system was done, leading to the passage of the Payment Systems and Services Act 2019, Act 987, which has since established a conducive environment for inclusive and competitive delivery of digital financial services. Mr. Chairman, in line with the rapid innovation in digital financial services, the bank adopted a regulatory and innovation sandbox approach to support the process. Currently, the sandbox provides live tests of innovative digital financial services products, business models, and supportive technologies in a controlled environment for possible market rollout. More recently, the bank took a major step to explore a central bank digital currency within the framework of the Financial Sector Digitization Program. In partnership with G&D Technology, the bank is currently piloting the issuance of the digital currency. This project presents a unique opportunity to design a technological representation of a fiat currency that will drive financial sector digitization further and also facilitate the government's inclusive digital transformation program. In keeping with the bank's commitment to digitization of the sector, the ECD project is progressing steadily. Since financial inclusion is one of the objectives, the bank has deemed it necessary to test an offline version of the ECD that can be used for consecutive payments between individuals and merchants where there is no connectivity infrastructure, just like cash. Digitizing the offline transactions of rural and frontier households holds the key to creating the necessary market linkages that could result in access to finance. So far, the usage and uptake of the offline version of the ECD is being piloted in a small town called Seshu-Yasafo in the Western North region. Selected users in that community have been using the ECD for daily purchases such as food, grocery, and drinks. The bank will continue to work with these users to obtain the critical usage data that will inform the decision about the ECD's future after the pilot. These are clearly landmark events in providing digital leadership with the payment systems to lead to a digitized economy in the near future. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the bank remains confident that ongoing policy efforts should help re-anchor inflation expectations, restore confidence in the economy, and ensure that businesses operate in an environment of stability. In this regard, we will work assiduously to ensure inflation stability. Safeguarding inflation will inure benefits to businesses and the poor in society. While working to safeguard macroeconomic stability, the bank will also continue to work with partners in the private sector and other relevant institutions to strengthen the payment ecosystem to support the financial inclusion and digitization. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Today, we deliberate on a very important theme, digital leadership for digital economy, leading digital business and government transformation. It is a public-private sector CEO dialogue and learning. We get to now examine a business case. Imagine with me for a minute, ladies and gentlemen, digital identity as a strategic imperative for business and digital economic transformation. We get to appreciate this theme through the lenses of a company which has for over 3 decades led Ghana as a security printing hub, systems designers, application developers, integrators, and manufacturers of tokens, devices, and applications enabling secure identification, authentication, and transactions over multiple platforms within the highest security environment. I'm talking about Margins Group. Here to deliver this talk, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of the Margins Group, Mr. Moses Baden Jr.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be speaking to you today at this 6th version of the summit. At the Margins Group, we've been a great supporter of the CEO Summit because we believe that it's at this summit that ideas are shared and we all expand on our business knowledge and move our business forward. Businesses in silos do not help in this fourth industrial revolution, and sharing ideas is the best way to expand our vision and achieve our objectives. My topic is about reimagining digital identity as a strategic imperative for propelling our business forward and transforming our economy. Let me start by going back some years. We all know that even in biblical terms, when our Lord Jesus Christ was born, there was a census, and people were being counted in order to be able to get information to plan for those societies and of that time. Fast forward to Ghana, the first time we attempted to do a national ID program in Ghana was in the 1969 to 1972 during the Bush government. In 72, I was in class 1. And I couldn't have participated in that exercise. But in 22 years ago, or 20 years ago, under President Kufuor, there was announced a new initiative to provide a new national ID card for Ghana. This national ID card consisted of taking fundamental information about core identity and producing a national ID card, which was for 10 years. It was electronic, but not fully electronic because it had a 2D barcode that had alphanumeric information and 2 fingerprints. Now, that project was delivered as a government project, and by the end of 2008, it has sort of slowed down, and by 2016, it was obvious that it needed some rethinking because we had already issued only 900,000 cards by 2016. Fast forward to 2017, a new government comes into being, and the National ID project is put on steroids, and it's the focus of government policy. And this time, it is reimagined to be a national ID register which produces a Ghana card that is a smart card that's electronic and can help people identify across multiple platforms, whether physically or remotely. The Margins ID Group in 2012 had brought to the government at the time how to reimagine a way to develop a national ID, not through only government effort, but through a public-private partnership, in which the private, using the expertise, conceptualizes, designs, builds, finance, and in cooperation with the National Identification Authority, develops the customer requirements to build a robust identity system that has a legal foundation that determines the legal citizenship of every citizen as per the Constitution, and for every foreign national who was living in the country for 90 years. In 2012, this project took the form of the Foreign Identity Management System, which was piloted, and by 2014 was obviously successful. It was expanded to include nationals, and by 2016, it had run into certain avoidable difficulties. In 2017, there were about 17 changes made to the original scope of the contract, and under the new government, certain key things were changed. The age for entering the National ID Register, for instance, was changed from the age 6 to 0. There was a legal process that ensured that people with birth certificates or passports still had to go to an interview to determine their legal citizenship if they tried to forge that. And there was a vouching process that was underlined by a legal process through a commission of oaths to ensure that people signed to whatever they owned up to, that people were Ghanaians and had a legal implication if they gave false information. So that's the history of the national ID system as it stands. So why is it that this system can transform our business and our economy? The answer is in the way that it is structured. The Ghana card as it stands now It's a 148K chip card, which is both contact and contactless, and stores information that's our core national identity information that's in compliance with DOC 9303, which is the ICAO standard, has a face recognition system that ensures the photographs that are stored on our chip can be compared to a database to ensure that our faces match. It has 10 fingerprints that can be matched to the card or to databases remotely in real time. Now, why is this a game changer? It's a game changer because it brings out two big outcomes. The National Identity Register and the card offers us the opportunity to build on top of that a government e-services platform that ensures that citizens can get government services remotely and directly without running into human traffic, which usually brings about corruption and bribery and slows down the way in which citizens can get their services. So this is apparent as the government integrates 17 institutions that are stated under the National ID LI 2111, which include taxation, banking, social security, national health insurance, etc. And it is our belief that having gone to 17 million registrations as we speak, the first time the country has done so since 50 years. We are on the cusp of fully integrating this database and cards directly into government services to ensure that citizens can prove who they are and can get services sitting at home instantly. In addition, it brings a big e-commerce platform that ensures that businesses can be put online and citizens can access their services remotely while verifying their identity. The implication for e-commerce, for e-health, for e-learning, for e-business is incredible. It ushers us into the fourth industrial revolution, which is known as the digital revolution. But you cannot have a digital revolution without a foundational digital identity. That has a foundation of law that guides us in the way that we expand our business, knowing that people are who they are. Now, the European Union in 2020 has issued out an electronic ID policy, which is now trying to catch up with the Guardian one, which states that from 2020 to 2030, the European Union ID will be exactly the Ghana card, which was started in 2014 to 2017. So it shows you how far we have gone. Digitization and the fourth industrial revolution enables us to leapfrog technology, to leapfrog ancient prejudices, and to leap into the future, where digital is everything, and where if identity can be ascertained, we can expand our business globally. I urge you, as business leaders, as government, as leaders in think tanks, to appreciate the enormous benefits that our national identity system, our Ghana card, brings to the expansion of our digital frontiers. I thank you for your attention.
So we've heard from private sector and what they're doing to fast-track digital inclusion. Let's now go to the public sector. Talk of the government of Ghana. They are the largest spenders, the largest employers, and today we're pleased to have the Minister for Public Sector Enterprises here to add his voice to this great call. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Joseph Kujo joins us. A round of applause for his remarks.
I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of the 6th edition of CEO Summit for inviting me to be a speaker at this event and for making the Ministry of Public Enterprises a partner for this conference. I find that gratifying, given the partnerships we envisage for the nation's public sector enterprises. The topic for this summit, digital leadership for a digital economy, leading digital business and government transformation, a private sector CEO dialogue and learning, is especially apt for the times in which we are. This is against the background of the effort of the government to digitalize the economy and the country. Ladies and gentlemen, The times we find ourselves in calls for easy ways of doing business with a view to achieving flexibility, efficiency, transformation, and effectiveness. The processes, systems, and the discipline required to stay focused and competitive in a constantly changing business environment has become a critical imperative. Businesses and the key management personnel who make decisions have to lead the organizations to navigate the rapidly changing business landscape through effective transformation in order to stay competitive and agile. To do this calls for responsiveness and openness of leadership to the government effort at digitalizing the country's economy, as well as the new way of doing business. The reality of the fourth industrial revolution, which is now here with us, affects every aspect of our lives, including how we conduct business transactions and interact with people. This presents opportunities for technology-savvy businesses and for digital leadership to take advantage to reach new markets. And for this, I highlight the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is evolving under our very eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ghana has started reaping the benefits of a number of initiatives which you can ride on to achieve your goal of digital leadership. As a country, we're already committed to using technology and ease the engagement between public and private sectors and improve the quality of lives of our citizens. Going forward, the Ministry of Public Enterprises, through SIGA, is working closely with the public enterprises to digitalize their processes. This is to bring them up to speed with a level required where they can provide speedy support and services to businesses and the citizenry. To this end, we support the building of partnerships, sharing of experiences, and peer learning among CEOs within both the public and private sector space. This would engender a collective resolve to overcome the business challenges through collaborative partnerships. The end benefit would be to contribute to the growth and improved performance of the public enterprises, and to also contribute substantially to creating a business-friendly ecosystem for both public and private enterprises. Permit me to share some quick thoughts with the digitalization efforts that government is embarking on. First, I say there's a free SHS, which we should begin to link into the environment that is evolving so far as the market and the population of the country. I foresee that for the next 10 to 20 years, we would have very vast population of the Ghanaian holding smartphones, and that in itself changes the business landscape completely from other African countries. When you look at the business, the free senior high school program we have, would have a population open to use of technology. And there's the time to start planning towards that environment so that you can provide the kind of leadership needed in such an environment. Very necessary, because when I entered this place, I was expecting that digital conference, I will see a lot of sharing of digital business cards. But every business card I've received so far is the old paper one. I was expecting to scan QR codes for business cards. This is to bring some consciousness to all of us that the environment is changing very fast. From the viewpoint of government, if you look at how tax payment is being done under the Ghana.gov platform, if you look at port processes, how government is going, if you look at the rollout of the Ghana card to provide that ease of doing business in terms of security and client management. It should be your effort as leaders of the private sector to be in sync with this effort Ghana government is making and the investments we are putting in. I am at least comforted that, having observed for a long time Newton's third law, which says to every action there is equal and opposite reaction. Those of us who study science will remember that. To every action there is equal and opposite reaction. I observe that to every government action there is equal and opposite private sector reaction. At least, for the first time in my observation, I see digitalization providing the only action of government which the private sector is absolutely aligned for the first time. And we are all moving in one direction. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful conference, and I look forward to all of us living here with the consciousness that we're going to provide the country the business environment we all share, a digitalized environment and processes. Thank you for your attention.
Talk about our theme from a very refreshing perspective, how we can radically transform businesses to become African multinational companies. As a precursor to that, it's my pleasure to invite the Vice President for Global E-Commerce and Customer Experience Digital Business Case. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Siddhartha Samal for his presentation. A round of applause.
I know it's a CEO forum, and CEO do loves, they do love numbers and statistics. So I wanted to start my presentation with a statistic. 52% of Fortune 500 companies which existed in 2000 don't exist anymore. Many of you might be thinking it's a typo error, but it's a fact. It's not a typo error. The pace of change impacts corporate landscape. The average lifespan of Fortune 500 companies used to be 60 to 75 years a few decades back. Now it's between 15 to 20 years. And a large part of it is because of tech and digital related disruption. Luckily for us, we realized it half a decade back, and we have embarked on a digital journey since 2017. And if I look at our journey, it can broadly be divided into two parts. The first part till mid of 2018 was all about many experiments, pilot, building in the capabilities, solutions, and learning from all those things. Because Olam is a large organization and it's difficult to figure out where to start from. And we did all of that till 2018 mid. And from 2018 mid onwards, it has all been about expansion, adoption. If something is working in one country, how do we expand it to multiple countries? If something is working with 100 customers, how do we expand it to 1,000 customers? And that's what we have done for the last 3 years. Yeah. And what we have been able to build over the last 5 years, we're really proud of it. We have about 41 apps, portals, and sites running in almost 36 countries, about 20,000 plus customers using it, and about 750,000 plus suppliers who are using our solutions. And what personally I'm really, really proud about is the fact that many of our solutions are born, nurtured, and grown in Africa before it has been expanded to other countries. And what we realized was whatever we have done over the last 5 years, many of these things, many of these solutions have a relevance and applicability outside of Olam. And hence, OTBS has been formed as a 100% independent entity under the Olam Group Limited. We are headquartered in Singapore, and we support almost 55 odd countries with deep knowledge about business, tech expertise, and very, very stringent norms of data privacy and cyber security. And we have a strength of almost 1,800 plus people in the organization. Ghana has always been a very, very special place in our digital journey. And the reason I'm here today is to talk about some of this. We have been in Ghana since 1994, and most of our businesses are really large scale businesses in Ghana, reaching up to almost 300,000 farmers. Many of our branded foods product reach up to 100,000 odd retailers, almost close to 500, 600 distributors. So all of this makes Ghana for us a very, very useful country to experiment and run some of our pilot programs before we expand it into other countries. To share a few of those, Olam Markets, it's a B2B app which is meant for our primary distributors. Distributors earlier, the whole process used to be very manual and analog in nature. So we created a very simple and easy to use system by which they can place their orders, they can track status of their orders, and they can also do many other services which they used to do manually earlier through a digital medium. And the end objective is, after some years, if a distributor has to run their business with us, they just need one app, which is Olam Markets. Similarly, in our cashew procurement business, we had launched Olam Direct. It changes the game completely because it brings in a whole different level of transparency and honesty into the value chain. On an everyday basis, the farmer lead gets to see the price at which we are buying cashew. And once the farmer gives a consent, we have a logistics element built into it where someone goes and collects the cashew. Similarly, for our cocoa procurement business, we had done a fund request app. In a cocoa procurement business, a critical element in the season time is access to funds, and we created a digital solution which pretty much reduces the fund cycle from what it was to almost half of the time, and that gave us tremendous ability to drive higher volumes in our cocoa business during the procurement seasons. And just to talk about Olam Markets, in Ghana, distributors play a crucial role in the food system by connecting fragmented wholesale and retail markets, but the whole process is very manual and analog in nature. Just to give a simple example, if I as a distributor need an account statement, I have to follow up with somebody in the sales team to get it. Sometimes it used to take days. Now we have made it simple, exactly similar to how we get your personal bank account statement. As a distributor, if I need my statement for 3 years, 2 years, 6 months, it's very easy, and I just go to the app in Olam Markets and type on a date range and I'll get my statement. And many of the distributors need it frequently. Similarly, every time a distributor places an order, they will call somebody in the sales team, okay, where is my stock, when is it reaching, has it been processed or not? So we have changed all of that through Olam Markets, where at each step of the order management process, the distributor gets an alert and they don't have to follow up with anybody for it. So this is like bringing empowerment to distributors to a different level and bringing it all of it through simplicity, which helps them in using the app easily. So we have in Olam Markets as a distributor, I can go through the entire range of products which Olam has to offer. All the products has prices mentioned in it, and I can place an order anytime, anywhere. It doesn't matter wherever I am. Once I place an order as a distributor, I can get to see all the statuses of the order, which includes when order is shipped, invoiced, or processed. At each stage, I can get to see it through the app. And we have also built in many other service elements into Olam Markets, which helps the distributor in managing their business with us, much easier. And our distributors absolutely love it. We have done large-scale survey, both in Ghana and Nigeria. In Ghana, almost 96% of distributors recommended Olam Markets as a product which is beneficial to them. And we have got numerous testimonials on this, but the gist of it is it's about that empowerment, about that simplicity, and about that ease of business, which really impacts them positively in the way they run their business. And the adoption has been pretty good. When we started, it was only in Ghana, about 150 distributors and about $15 million worth of business. Now we have expanded to 4 countries, about 1,700 plus distributors. And last year, almost $1.8 billion worth of transactions was processed through Olam Markets. Okay. We also have a lot of digital capabilities in our agri-businesses, and it starts with Office, which is the farmer digitization, where single source of truth for farmer database is Office. We have Olam Direct, where we have removed all middlemen and created a direct access to farmers to buy products. And then we, traceability also, we have solutions which traces back each bag of product that we, or produce that we buy right back to the farmer. And we know data is oil, gold, everything. When you implement digital solutions, you get tons and tons of data. What you do with the data matters a lot. We have a full-fledged data analytics team who specialize in doing many AI-based models and many business reports, which is useful for businesses. How we can help you? If you have any problems where you believe digital way of problem solving can help, do connect with us. If you want to leverage our capabilities, knowledge, feel free to get in touch with us. And if you believe our solutions can complement something which you have, then we are more than eager to partner and collaborate. And lastly, I want to leave you with this thought. It is not the strongest nor the most intelligent who survive, but the ones who survive are the ones who are most adapted to change. And digital does help you endure and adapt to change, and we can help you do that. Thank you so much.
Let's get to hear another perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, IPMC, our platinum sponsor, also join us with a success story. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about Freshworks. But before that, let's talk about God. So we know who lives in the center of the universe. It's no other than Him, the greatest personality. And today we want to make the customer as God. The father of the nation of India, Mahatma Gandhi, brought out this theory: customer is God, because he creates businesses, he sustains them, he gives them life, he runs them, and he's the one who makes the business grow. If Mahatma Gandhi was present today, it would have been even easier for him to prove his theory. Because like God, who's omnipresent, present everywhere, every time, our dear customer today is present everywhere, every time, anytime and anywhere. Those customers are present here also, now amongst us. Some of those who are thinking that Amar will be giving a boring speech, I can see that they've already started going online, and especially the ladies, they're looking for that mascara and the eyeliner, shopping online. And how about that recycled dress which Kim Kardashian wore to her best friend's wedding in Italy yesterday? But let's forget about the ladies. I get more fascinated by gentlemen, they inspire me more. So Julian said, I want to buy BMW, the 7 Series, the latest model. And somehow, this BMW was shown at the beginning of the Japan Motors presentation of Nissan. I wonder, Salim, how that fluke happened. That was an error. So I was able to convince Julian. Julian, forget about BMW 7 Series, it was a mistake. We should buy the Nissan, which is manufactured locally by Japan Motors. And please give a big hand to Salim and his team, who's been able to achieve that feat. It was a real treat visiting Salim in his factory and to see how these vehicles are being assembled, top quality and top processes being followed. But Julian has a problem. He says the Japan Motors people, they close too soon, every day by 6 p.m. And he closes office at 6 p.m. And he needs to go and buy this car after 6 p.m. Of course, who can tell Julian? Julian, the people have to sleep. Allow them to sleep. But Julian is God. You can't tell God you are wrong. And especially a banker like him, who pays us all the money to run our businesses, we can't dare tell him he's wrong. Well, this is where the customer of today is. Customer is king, customer is God, and he can decide to come and buy anytime from anywhere. My very good friend Kiran is here, and she was telling me, before that, you should know that Kiran is one of the top women CEOs of Ghana, and she runs the greens. She makes the most beautiful real estate. As pretty as she is, her real estate is even prettier. So go and check out the greens in Tema. Please give her a big hand. She's bringing that real beauty to Ghana all these years. And the way she stays busy in her career, you can imagine how her day should start. And Kiran told me, Amar, I like to start my day by grocery shopping. What else you can expect of a woman? Yeah. But her grocery shopping every day starts, should I say too late or too early, 1 a.m. in the morning? But we can't dare tell a beautiful woman like Kiran that you are wrong. Don't be shopping at 1 a.m. in the morning. That is where the customer is, anytime, anywhere. This is the customer of today. But more than that, the customer can come through any of these multiple channels. The traditional one being on the top, walk into the stores, it's still there. A customer can call you by phone, he can send you a WhatsApp. A customer can come through Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, any of the social media. He can even come through a feedback form, which we find at many places today. The channels and the doors which we have opened to customers are many. And it's important for every business to open such doors. Those who cannot, they get left behind. Organizations struggle to be successful with customer engagement today. They must meet customers where they are at by increasing the number of channels they serve. And the channels we saw previously, we saw almost 9 or 10 of those channels. So how do we manage customers coming through so many channels to our business? How do we give them a consistent customer service across through all the channels? How do we collect that personal data which the customer brings to us when he's shopping, his likes and dislikes? There is a way to go about it. The traditional progress of technology, of automation in businesses has been, we earlier were sitting at doing manually everything. This was late 80s, early 90s. And then suddenly Excel came, spreadsheet came, and we started doing our businesses on the spreadsheet. Later on, we progressed to some of the first accounting software systems. That is one of the very first automation which happened. And I remember in the early 90s, and some of you may remember that the first accounting software was built by humbly yours, Amar in Ghana. Later on, we also progressed to the ERP systems. Please go a slide back. And many of you customers here for IPMC, you have been our customers on the ERP. But all these stages of evolution and automation in every business, the place where we have reached now is at the CRM level. You may have had accounting softwares, you may have had ERPs, but this is the time, all of us, we must get a CRM system. Because what a CRM system does is this. From a transaction-centric approach, the CRM moves us to customer-centric. If in transaction-centric we were reacting to incoming inquiries, when we become customer-centric, we keep those answers of the inquiries already ready, so our response time are in a matured manner when the customer is asking us anything. If in the transaction-centric, we were sending a broadcast to many customer segments, when we become customer-centric, customer-focused, we personalize such messages because we now have more information, more knowledge about how our customer behaves. If in the transaction-centric, our service delivery had problem and longer resolution cycles, in customer-centric, we adapt immediately to the problems customer is facing because we have a context, we have a history of the customer, we have a knowledge base of how this customer should be serviced. And we look at that entire history and we give him a better support and better service. If in the transaction-centric, the departments worked independently of each other and there were no communication amongst them, in the customer-centric, all the departments of our organization, they work together as one team because we want to give the customer the same experience across the enterprise. When the customer is visiting our business, from the beginning till the end, it is the same consistent quality experience he or she must get. This is the CRM, which is the need of the today. And one of the best CRMs we have globally, which was even put on the front page of CNN as the fastest growing and the most matured, most latest technology CRMs, is called Freshworks. And Freshworks gives you artificial intelligence, all the data you have collected. You need to make the data actionable. But we, as decision makers, as humans, we don't have the time to browse through all that immense data. Freshworks comes with that artificial intelligence. It comes with service automation. You can automate some of the services which customers demand from you regularly. It comes with the omni-channel approach. Once we have all those channels which were listed in the previous screen, about 9 or 10 of the channels through which customers are coming, Freshworks gives you one single omni-channel to give a same quality service across all the channels. Freshworks brings you collaboration across your teams and your employees, because this is a platform where everybody can now get together with the only focus that we have to look after our customer. Customer is the number one priority for us. And when your entire teams, they work together and you drive together with one mentality that yes, we have to look after the customer, that is the collaboration which gives you the winning edge over others. We also get a unified customer profile, because your customer is coming from various paths, various doors, various channels. We need to capture each customer's profile when they are coming from, whether the social media or whether they are walking in or whether they are calling. The entire experience and data of that customer should be captured on that customer's name. And this is where Freshworks helps you. Freshworks helps you to retain your existing customers with good quality service. It helps you to gain new customers, because it's by word of mouth and it's by experience that your business, your company now becomes outstanding in customer service. And this is where you help to gain more and more customers. You can also empower your sales team and monitor them. It is one of the biggest challenges of our businesses, that how do we form the sales team and ensure they have the right tools to go to the market, to capture the sales which they are doing, to sell the products, but how to monitor them. And this is the control which Freshworks brings to you. You are also able to give the faster response times. Any repetitive, mundane jobs which your business may have, your customers may be calling, those mundane jobs, rather than humans be performing them, Freshworks gives you built-in bots, ready-made bots. You don't need to tell a developer that they should make a bot for you. Freshworks already has built-in bots, and you can even build new bots yourself. Your IT team can build those bots where you can answer some of these queries which are coming from the customers in an easy manner. So lastly, Freshworks gives you the power to work remotely. Once your employees are working from their home environment, and we all know that we need to be ever ready for the remote work, you are able to control their logins and logouts and the amount of actual work which they are putting when they are sitting in remotely. You are able to do their performance monitoring, whether they are achieving those targets or not. Freshworks gives you that capability of running your workforce remotely but effectively. One last word before I say my thank you, I would like to say is that Ghanaian businesses, if they need to become multinational, especially multinational in Africa, we need to move to this new stage of adopting CRM systems, customer relationship management systems. And it is only Ghana which can give that cutting edge, that good customer service, which all of us, we have been looking up to Ghana to provide that. And this is the time we can actually make Ghana the best service-oriented country anywhere in Africa. And this is the challenge which I'm throwing to every CEO here, to ensure that we become the best service delivery partner. And as I think our minister pointed out, that why don't we have the service delivery capabilities in Ghana? It is tools like such as the Freshworks CRM will give you the power and the capability. With these words, I want to say a big thank you to you, to all the IPMC customers. And just to let you know that we started in 1992 and 2022 is our 30th year celebration. And this has been possible only because of you, the customers sitting here, all the patronization you have done to IPMC products and services. In lieu of that, before you leave, please go to the IPMC stand. And we have a special product over there, which is the Energizer. It's an Energizer anytime, anywhere. As I said, Freshworks enables your businesses to see your customers anywhere, anytime, Similarly, we have a product specially for you, which will give you the energy anywhere, anytime you need it. All the CEOs, please drop in your visiting cards at our stand and grab that energizer. And thank you for being a good listener today.
Great strategies need greater execution for transforming your business for profits and sustainability. Trust me, you're going to love the speaker. Please welcome the MD of Kaizen Institute, Mr. Jayant Methi. A round of applause as he comes.
I wanted to, cut all the deck and start with one little illustration, or I can let you see this and understand what operational excellence is all about, right? We are sitting in this wonderful building. Digitization is very important, fantastic, but this building is standing because it has a foundation, and people and processes are the foundation of every organization. So what you see here is very simple. There is a little funny illustration here of a couple of people pulling and pushing a cart. Looks like they're going towards some destination, right? Yes or no? Yeah, they're going towards, I think, that side where the coffee is being served. Just think about it. They have a KPI, they have a vision, they have a strategy, they have a goal. Will they reach there? Well, the answer will be maybe, maybe not. And some people will say, maybe. Second question, are people working hard? I think very, very sincere people working very hard. They're sweating it out. People in the front are CEOs. They're pulling, and people behind are pushing, team members, and they're going towards the destination. And obviously, after all the effort, great strategy, you don't reach there, and the question CEOs ask is, what the hell, what's happening? And that's when the answer starts coming. So the most common answer, what do you think is the most common answer? Why are we not progressing? CEOs. The most common answer, I'm sure you'll agree with me, is we don't have enough people to push. Right? So we need resources. We need people, other resources. And they'll say, CEO, give me these resources and this will fly. This will not move. Give me these resources. And CEOs are kind. You add resources, will it change? Maybe, maybe not. And the story goes on. And you keep trying everything. You keep adding resources. Doesn't change. Then somebody, the HR man will come and say, you know what, it's not about adding people. We have the people, they don't have the skills. So you do training. Yeah. And somebody, while all this is happening, somebody from the digital world, IT expert will come and say, excuse me, this is not about resources. The reason why it is not moving is we are not lubricating the wheels. We need a new ERP. We need Industry 4.0. Let's lubricate the wheels and this will fly. So the point I'm trying to make is everybody looks at it from their perspective. The HR man says training, right? The IT man will say digitization. Maybe some of you love strategy, CEOs love strategy. They'll say, excuse me, it's not about Industry 4.0 digitization. The reason why this is not moving is because the road is bad. What is the road? Everything external to the organization, right? So you start up with probably the government policy is bad, the war in Ukraine, is affecting us, and that's what you hear, yeah. And the honorable governor talked about so many economic indicators. I didn't get half of them. It's because I'm a simple engineer, and you know what? And one more thing that often, I'm cross your heart, you'll say is that who's wrong? The customers are wrong. The customers are becoming very difficult. And if only the customers change, we can't change, because we are a good company, and the only customers need to change. So my friends, next slide, the point I'm trying to say is very simple. You can have great strategies, you can push, pull, but if your people and processes are broken, God bless you. And I think the foundation, I saw this wonderful presentation by Siddharth Olam, I'm sure digital, but when something is logged in, you interface. We had Hari talking about reaching out, customers can reach out faster. But for response to come from the organization, maybe the customer will place an order, but for the response to happen, you need the foundation in place, right? So we are talking of very fundamental things. So very famous statement, you can have great culture, you can have great strategies, but unless you have good operating culture, nothing works. And that's the point I'm trying to make again and again. A little bit of statistics, 80% or more, in fact, and there is enough written about it, of strategies fail because of poor execution. And I'm sure all of you agree with that. Operations fail, and as they say, when the rubber hits the road, that's when all the mess happens. You can have great ideas, but we see every day the execution is broken. So what do we have to do? Let's move forward. The message, if there's one message I want you to take home, is don't cut cost, please cut waste. And I'll tell you, there's enough waste in every operations, in every aspect of your operation, that you don't have to focus on cost. You just to cut the waste, and automatically, and guess how much waste is there. You can do something called a value stream analysis to find the waste. So most organizations are looking to get better, looking to become faster, and of course achieve more, right, in terms of quantity and quality. And this is what every organization is aspiring to do. And you can't do that unless you really drive a culture of improvement. And I just wanted to tell you very quickly what this is all about. It's basically not being reactive about improvements, but very gradually building a proactive culture. And very famous statement from the Toyota, House of Toyota, which says, we don't build cars, we build people. And I think that's what it is important. People plus processes is excellence. And if you have this in place, the rest falls in. Just pause here for a second. When we talk of improvements, I'm just going to be ending very quickly. There are two ways to improve. And the first way to improve is, one way is to add. I just mentioned about it. You go to any organization and say, let's improve. They'll say, give me more resources, right? You go to a sales head and say, please improve sales. Give me more salespeople. Give me more advertising budget, blah, blah, blah. You talk of production, give me more machines. So one way to improve, of course, is you add more and improve. But exactly on the other side of the spectrum is one more way to improve. Please move the slide, is delete. So I want you to remember that the art and science of deletion is operational excellence. And CEOs have to learn the science of deletion. CEOs love addition. You have a meeting to pass a budget to buy a machine. It takes 15 minutes for a CEO to decide, hey, let's buy that. But if you ask a CEO, let's sit down and see how to eliminate waste, he'll say, talk to my boys and girls. Because CEOs love the big picture, spending money, buying that new toy, don't want to get into the details and make things, efficient and work. I think that's also equally important. So cut the fat, and I'm sure you're looking at me and say, look who's talking. Yeah. And build the muscles. Somebody has to be there to show the before situation, right? And many CEOs, represent the after. So again, a message is, please, digitization is very important. We ourselves in the Kaizen Institute use a lot of digitization. But you got to cut waste before you digitize. If you don't do that, what's going to happen is you're just going to institutionalize the waste, right? And people like Siddharth, etc., will tell you how much of process improvement and cutting waste goes before digitization. And many people miss this. Let's move forward. I just want to tell you that as you cut the waste, the whole focus is to eliminate all this waste. I just wanted to press enter. And as you start doing this, can you move forward? Slide. As you eliminate all the waste, basically improve flow. So what I want to tell the CEOs is, it's all about flow. In the human body, we have blood flow. What happens if the blood flow stops? Kaput, you're gone. Just the same way, everything is about flow, and we call it Gemba Pantari in Japanese, mean keep it flowing. The CEO's principal job is to improve flow within your organization, whether it's a customer flow or a material flow or an order flow. And when you improve the flow, what you get is basically cash flow. How many of you love cash flow here? Right? Cash flow is the real blood. It's not even EBITDA. net positive cash flow, and you cannot run a business without cash flow. And the only way to deal with cash flow is improving a material flow and information flow. So remember, flow, flow, flow. How can you improve flow? And all this digitization has improved the flow. In Olam's case, they've improved the flow of information, the way you can connect with the farmers. So it's all about flow, right? So focus on flow, and you can improve flow in all aspects. You can't go to the gym and only exercise your right arm. The right arm will become like Arnold Schwarzenegger. What about the rest of the parts, right? So you need to improve all aspects of your business. It can be production, it can be procurement, supply chain, all kinds. Even in project management, I met a lady, Kiran, she was saying, what about construction? Of course, construction. Services, governments. And I'm an Indian. I'm very happy to share with you that Kaizen is being implemented by our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, and I have the privilege of working in the Prime Minister's office. And several processes are, we are looking at it and revamping them. So it has to happen in the government, in hospitals, everywhere. You have to drive this lean philosophy. So I'm stopping here. Just want to end by saying, how do you do this? Well, in anything, in your mobile phone, in your computer, laptop, you have two things. You have tools. I'm using PowerPoint. It's a fantastic tool, and it's very important. But many of us forget that for this tool to work, you need an operating system. And unfortunately, you don't see the operating system, do you? You can click on PowerPoint, but you can't see the operating system. The operating system is the culture of the organization, and that's people and processes. You can't see processes, you can't see people and their skills, but unless you have an operating system which works silently behind, none of your tools and toys will work. None of your ERPs will work. So all the best, keep investing in tools, but build the operating system. Thank you very much.
And now being prepared in heart and in mind for that gospel, ladies and gentlemen, on radically transforming your business and becoming an African multinational company. Please welcome the moderator for this session, Mr. Yao Banafo.
Let's put our hands together for the Ghana CEO Summit one more time. Let's appreciate them. Putting together a program like this always brings ideas, engenders different thoughts, and helps us to build our businesses, to make decisions right from our boardrooms, and to affect our country and make things better. I have the privilege of hosting 9 of Ghana's top captains of industry, and we'll be going through the panel discussion on radically transforming your business and building an African multinational. As I mentioned their names, they can please join me up here on the podium as we start our conversation. Mr. Mike Mukesh Takwani, if you can just join me upstage if you're here. He's the executive chairman of B5 Plus. On that panel also we'll be having Mr. Amit Agrawal. He's the president and regional head, Olam Global and Agribusiness. We're also going to have Mr. David Ofosu-Dotte, executive chairman, ABN Davids. Mr. Ofosu-Dotte, if you're here, please join us. You can please take your seats, gentlemen. We'll also be having Mr. Tavoni Biza. He's a group CEO of Old Mutual. Mr. Tavoni, if you're here, please join us. The CEO of Orca Deco is also going to be on this panel. Mr. Ryan Sharara. Ryan, please join us. And I wish I had asked him to stay, except that there was a video going to play. On this panel is also Mr. Jayanath Murthy, CEO and Joint MD, the Kaizen Institute. Jayanath, please join us. We're also going to be having here on this panel Dede Kwashi, who's the General Manager, Commercial, ZPay. If Dede is here, Dede, please join us. We're also going to be joined by Mr. Yao Apia Lati. He's the Financial Advisory Partner, Deloitte, Ghana. Mr. Yao Apia Lati, yes, there he comes. Let's appreciate him. And the last but not the least on the panel this afternoon is Madame Elizabeth Helene Weezy. She's the CEO of Guinness Ghana. Let's put our hands together for Helene as she joins us. We do have a final panelist. I'm not too sure if he's here with us. Yes, he is. Okay, we're also going to be joined by the CEO of McDan Shipping, Mr. Daniel Macaulay. Mr. Macaulay, if you're here, please join us. Thank you very much. I've got a very big panel today. I'm going to try and do a good job at trying to get all the information out of them. So I'm going to go straight to my questions. But essentially, the session today is just going to sort of tease out the learnings. When the Honorable Minister was speaking, he did mention something about Newton's third law. You know, for every action, there's equal and opposite reaction. If we're going to transform our businesses radically, the introduction of the word radically just then tells us that there is going to be some opposition. It's not going to be all easy and all downhill. Essentially, what we're going to be doing today is to listen to your stories, your challenges, your learnings, so that everyone here who's building a business, who wants to become an African multinational, can pick from all of these learnings. We may not answer the same questions, but essentially, we're going to be picking from our learnings collectively as a panel. So I'll just go straight to my first question. This one goes to you, Mukesh. You're the CEO of B5 Plus. You set up in Ghana 2002, a stalwart in the Ghanaian iron and steel industry. Can you just share with us very briefly, maybe in a few minutes, your growth agenda, if you like? The microphone's next to each one of us. We can just pick them up when it's your turn. Your growth agenda, the challenges and the victories, the setbacks. Tell us essentially, if you can, in all of about 3 minutes, your African multinational story and what the first two learnings are, which we can go away with from here today.
B5 Plus, we started 2 decades back, and we were the net importer of steel from all over the world, and especially our dear neighbors Ivory Coast and Togo. Today we are very proud to say that B5 Plus is a net exporter to the whole West African market. And I also see here a lot of my clients sitting here. It would have been not possible without you. We brought in made in Ghana possible in steel industry. Today we are very proud to say that B5 Plus is the 3rd biggest steel company in whole Africa and biggest in West Africa. Yes, we'll talk about challenges. Today, we have transformed the lives of 15,000 people who are working directly, indirectly with us. B5 Plus believes that we have to give back to the society into the multiple folds. Today, B5 Plus during the pandemic time, 2 years we are giving the free oxygen to all private and government hospitals. And we have saved, as per the Kolebu CEO, thousands of lives. Now, getting into the multinationals, today we are very proud to say that B5 Plus is exporting to the whole West African market, from Nigeria to all the way to the Senegal and to the landlocked countries like Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali. Today, we came across a lot of challenges. I will take this opportunity here, as our CEO of GIPC, Mr. Yofi, is here. Under 1D1F, government brought up a very good policy of one district, one factory. We will say that if we have one window where we can really solve our problems, B5 Plus is the biggest investor under 1D1F. Last year, His Excellency opened our biggest plant of fabrication and steel melting plant in Pont-Tema. And we have our own little challenges we've been talking about. I think if that can be sought out, Ghana can really become a bigger hub. ECOWAS, we are ECOWAS registered, but the challenges we are talking about, if you want to export the goods from here to our neighboring country, Ivory Coast, we cannot do it by road. So this is the challenges we have. They don't accept the ECOWAS. On the other way, Ghana always accepts all type of goods coming or produced here in West Africa. So I think we have to really see that how ECOWAS is able to work. Now we are getting into the AFTA. So if the ECOWAS is not working, this is a big question. We have to talk to ourselves, how is AFTA going to work? So this is a challenge to our government to see that how we can make that one happen. Because if you ship the goods through the shipping, the cost is more, and when we have the road network, why can't we use those road network and see that our goods are which are competitively produced right here in Ghana are going across to the whole West African market. And I would like to add the last point is that we as the CEOs of Ghana, if we can see that we start believing in the goods what we are producing right here in Ghana. Today, BFAP Plus has put up the West Africa's biggest fabrication plant. If we start supporting each other businesses, we believe that our biggest challenge today it is that dollars, the foreign currency. I think if we can stop bringing in the goods from other parts of the world and start using each other goods which are produced right here in Africa, right here in Ghana, it is possible that we will be make the made in Ghana dream come true and flourish not only our businesses but businesses across West Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nicely done, nicely done. Amit, I'm coming to you next. I was going to ask you something on cultural diversity, but before you do that, just talk to us about corporate governance, how you have run it in your institution. I mean, you since 1989 have been established here in Ghana, but 28 years ago, you're a global market leader with over 82,000 employees worldwide. How have you handled the simple task of corporate governance in your setup across the various markets? And what are the learnings from there we can pick up from today's conversation?
So if I look at, Olam, for a lot of us who may not be aware, is truly an African start. It started in Nigeria in '89 and Ghana was its second country of operation. Very different from how it looks today, spread over 66 countries, $34 billion turnover, and what my colleague Sid showed a few minutes back. It's all pretty impressive. And if one was to look back at the journey and see what was different, so it was all started by a shareholder family, Kevalram Chandra. It's an Indian family based out of Nigeria, and they appointed a professional CEO, our current group CEO, Mr. Sunny Varghese. And if one looks back at the journey and what differentiates Olam and how it eventually became global, is I think a mix of a global vision to start with, though Sunny started with one product in one country, set about getting structures and processes in place. Mr. Jain spoke about that. Also truly believed in people. Great people make great companies. Enough people have spoken about that. And I think the one big differentiating factor that we see in Olam, and we always wonder about it, is the corporate governance in that. So there are truly demarcated roles played by shareholder, by the board and by the management. Over the last, now since '89, we are talking of over 33 years, there hasn't been a single shareholder family person in the management of the company by mutual agreement. Similarly, the board plays its own independent role in terms of governance of the system, and then there is management run by Mr. Sunny Varghese as the global CEO. All of that has given a great amount of clarity on who does what, great amounts of mandates, and then of course the confidence it gives to the investors to invest in a system like that. Eventually, you need funds as well to grow globally. And funds come in when investors have confidence in the corporate governance of the company. I think this in short would be this, I'm simplifying it, but this in short would be the story of Olam, how it could start by cashew in Nigeria, today to 66 countries, 46 commodities and $34 billion. So I think this would be a short summary of the whole story.
I like that summary. Thank you very much. Ryan, I'm coming to you next. I mean, you're a big name in the household industry. Started in the country of Senegal, in Dakar. 21 years ago you started. Okadeco has grown into an African multinational with branches outside its original country of origin. Share with us your stories about logistics, franchise. Bukesh was talking about difficulties in moving goods across the sub-region by road, shipping them, what the impact is on your costing and the various economies that you work in. What are the learnings? As a company sitting here today who's listening to us, or we're going to be watching this, and they're saying, I want to expand into West Africa. What are the things I should look out for? What are the pitfalls? You've been there, you've done that. Tell us your story.
So, as you said, Orca started in Senegal in 2001 as a family business. And today, it was a very small store, I think, 400 square meters. Today, 21 years later, we're present in 18 countries, mostly West Africa, mostly French-speaking, but open in Ghana in 2003. I think our business is really based on two fundamental pillars that really helped our expansion. The first one is we quickly realized in Senegal that we'll only really be able to grow and get a multinational African presence if we expand, we increase our purchasing power with suppliers, benefit from more competitive pricing for our customers locally. And Senegal is a medium, small economy, so we had to look at other countries. And looking at other countries, we found partners that were willing to invest in equity. You know, I know we have a lot of bankers here, but it's expensive to get loans from banks these days, and even more back then. So partners who are willing to invest in equity and who are willing to reinvest their profits for 5 to 10 years. And when you find these types of partners, you're very quickly able to grow in many countries. And sometimes partners in these countries who know very well the culture of these countries and how to quickly find the right products and services to offer in these countries. And the second very important pillar, I think, in our business is our products and the product diversity. I think today what makes Orca is to be able to go into a store and find everything you look for a house, office, garden, and otherwise. And you know, when we started 20 years ago, yes, everything or almost everything was coming from China. Today, 20 years later, less than 20% of our products are coming from China because, you know, different types of countries are better at producing different types of products. And you have to keep that curiosity that of being able to travel all over the world and finding countries that are best at producing these types of products, and especially understanding that the African middle class is growing and they have higher expectations than they did before. So it's no longer simply a price issue, it's really finding the best products, the best value proposition for what you're offering. And this is really keeping your ears on the ground, listening to your salespeople, listening to what your customers are telling you, and offering them these products that they want. So I think these two things are really crucial. And just to pick up, you were talking about logistics. I think the next step right now is to be able to produce locally because, you know, we hear about ECOWAS after all of these agreements. And to pick up on what Mukesh was saying, today, before we talk about these agreements, I think we really need to work also on the road infrastructure throughout Africa or West Africa, because it's still cheaper for us, even if we set up a plant in Ghana, to import from Malaysia or China or Europe to Ghana than it is to send a truck from Ghana to Senegal and, you know, to neighboring countries where we're present. So I think this is really something that has to be done. It has to be done at a West African level to be able to reach the next step.
I like that you say it's got to be done on a West African level. I'm still coming back to you. I'm going to be going to Dr. Macaulay in a bit to talk about the collaboration that takes place within the business arena. But talk to us about local content inclusion. Because obviously when you set up in these different countries, you're looking at creating a value chain that brings benefit to the local environment and therefore helps your business to grow. What has been your particular experience where local content inclusion has been in the various countries that you've set up?
Yeah, I mean, today you're forced to include local products in your stores, and I think COVID was the prime example of this. It's becoming more and more difficult to import, difficult to find what you're doing, and especially expensive. I mean, you're talking about freight costs, etc. So definitely we are including local contents, and we are also looking to support local manufacturers to be able to produce, because today the main challenge when including local content and local products is the production. I mean, being able to produce enough in a short period of time. And we're willing to do this. And then, you know, when you talk about local content in terms of cultures, it's a lot of trial and error, really. You know, you come to a country like Ghana, Senegal were very, very heavy coffee drinkers. I mean, you come to Ghana, Zambia, these types of countries where people were only drinking tea, so you have to change your type of products you're bringing in. Also in Ghana, you know, English-speaking countries, you have to change completely your communication. You also have to, I remember when we first came to Ghana, people were buying these big Baroque, antique furniture. I think you still see some of them up in the north. And we came in with modern, you know, functional furniture. And when we first came, it was tough to get people to see this, but more and more do you bring this, and today our youth and many people are traveling, seeing these types of products elsewhere and want them locally. And we're able to do this by just a lot of trial and error and listening to your market and your customers.
Thank you very much. Dr. Macaulay, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you because on the back of what he talked about, the difficulties he has in moving his goods across. And Mukesh also made that point. You are a giant in the shipping industry. This is Magdan Shipping we're talking about. What have your learnings been? Obviously, it hasn't been an easy road. You're here in Ghana, so we're able to listen to you more and connect with you a bit more. What has your specific experience been? Maybe dwell a bit more on one of the successes and one of the challenges for us so that we can sort of have them in perspective, if you will.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Magdan story had been a unique and a wonderful story. I mean, we start from a single office and now we grow to almost $100 million company in a year, annual returns. And they all need Magdan. They all need Magdan. I mean, ours is to find solutions. And logistics have not been respected in this country very well. The whole West Africa sub-region, it's been very tough when you want to talk about logistics. Logistics is also very expensive. So I welcome after coming in with the movement, doing business among ourselves. But one thing I noticed also with after, which is a challenge, nobody is talking about the logistic part of after. From the time we start talking about after, we have never moved a box under the after umbrella. It's a great challenge. Moving from Ghana to Nigeria, you meet 49 border checkpoints. And it's a challenge, it's a big challenge. And with Magdan, we find solutions. And we're trying to bring our services to the doorstep of customers and try to help them relax. But at the same time, looking at the cost. Currently, we've been able to bring private jet operation to the middle class. You can just walk in and fly anywhere you want to fly. All of them, you want to do your...
I see you looking at me when you said that. You should be looking this way.
Maybe I want you to fly.
They are the ones who can afford it, not me.
You know, right now you can walk in. Flying in even Africa is so difficult. If you want to go to Senegal, you have to go all the way to Europe before you come to Senegal. He's doing business in Senegal, he can tell you. You cannot go to Equatorial Guinea and return the same day. It takes you 4 days to come back from Equatorial Guinea. This is the solution Magdan Aviation had brought. When it comes to movement of cargo, I had discussion with B5 Plus. We're trying to get his steel closer to the water. Without water, he can't do any business in West Africa. So Magdan is building a jetty so that most of the goods within West Africa can move to the jetty. We are into salt production, and to tell you, the first time we try moving our salt from here to Cameroon, we have to use 800 tippers to move the salt to the port. I'm doing logistics, but it's difficult for me. So it's within my mandate to find a solution, or for Magdan to find a solution. I mean, nothing can move in West Africa. We can't do business, we can't do any trade in West Africa without trying to get the logistic man within. And it is very, very important. That is taking almost, as some companies, taking 48% of their revenue. And it is very expensive. And that is the difficulty aspect. The beauty part of it is doable. We have to dare to look at some of these things. You can build a beautiful factory. By the end of the day, you realize that you are spending half of your revenue in moving logistics around. But Magdan, we are daring to get into certain spaces that we cannot live hanging. Africa is green.
Right. Dr. Kwali, just a quick one. For someone who's listening to us, who's a logistics company, who's about 2-3 years old, what should they be looking at in terms of investment, heavy investment? You know, sometimes people make the wrong decisions and they try to do everything at once. You have gone ahead of us. For that little setup, 3 years, 5 years, logistics company, who are looking to become a Magdan in the future, what is the one strategic decision they should make between a 3 and 5 year old logistics company? Very briefly, if you will.
Just take your customers very serious. Service is everything. Respect your client, and you have to be consistent. serve them in a very honest way, and let them believe in you. Let your customers know that when they pick the phone and call Mr. Banafo, Banafo will be there for me. So it's discipline, honesty, integrity. In the logistic industry, integrity is everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Thank you so much. Let's put us together for Mr. Macaulay. We hear it running through all of the submissions, people integrity, people integrity. It's about people. That's where we are now. Mr. Fosito, you set up in Ghana and you've expanded into 5 other countries, including Zambia and Zimbabwe. Before you tell us your story, just touch briefly on the power of collaboration in business for us, just very briefly. Because you have experienced it. Obviously, you didn't go into Zimbabwe, you didn't pick up your bag and walk into Zimbabwe and start on your own. You collaborated with some people there. Tell us about collaboration and then dovetail into your own personal African multinational story, if you will.
Okay, when it comes to expanding across the continent in law practice, it's perhaps the most difficult, and I say so. Not lightly.
On authority.
Because I advise businesses, and I know what it takes for a business to expand across the continent. When it comes to law, you are talking about every country has what type of practice you can set up and what you cannot. There is a very big African country, for example, where law practice is required to be individual. You cannot even set up a partnership. They are changing. Then there are countries where you can set up a company, countries where you cannot set up a company, countries where your liability can be limited, others where you cannot be limited. So those are statutory challenges that you have. Aside the traditional challenges of going across the continent where there is currency issues, different currencies, distances, Bagdan was just talking about the challenge of traveling across the continent. I had to go to Niger, for example. I went to Cote d'Ivoire, spent 4 hours there. It was only when we were airborne that I realized we had come back to Ghana and we were actually crossing the territory. So what was a 45-minute trip to Niamey takes you about 6 hours to do. So those are distances you need to cover. Then there is a language problem. Then there is a lack of trust. So all these are challenges you need to deal with if you want to, go across the continent. But how did we do it? As a firm. Our story, I've told it several times. The practice was started with a borrowed table. And I mean every word of that. I couldn't afford the table at that time. So with one colleague, another colleague joined us. They both left for politics. I don't like politics. I stayed where I am and decided to build a business. But we've grown from a 2-man practice to 120 lawyers, 160 staff across the continent. Yeah. And we rank among the top, the largest 10 law firms in Africa. This year, we won Africa Law Firm of the Year, large practice, the most prestigious award.
I think we can appreciate him for that.
But to do it, you have to have a business case. And business case comes from several angles. It could be one when you feel threatened. So for example, when you have big international law firms coming to the jurisdictions, it may threaten your practice. That could be a business case for you. The fear could be a business case for you. A business case may be also when your clients are asking you, do you know another lawyer in another country? Because it means they are going there.
Yeah.
And we represent clients. So if my clients are consistently asking me what is happening in another country, do I know another lawyer there? It means the service is needed. Or you have a situation where your client tells you, I use another law firm in another country, but the service standard was not like yours. I wish you were there. So if all these number of things are happening at the same time, it makes a business case for you to expand. The question then is, how do you overcome the challenges? And for me, you have to have a multinational mindset. And a multinational mindset means that you don't see the problems, not because you overlook them, like an ostrich, but you see them as opportunities for you to overcome them and make them move. That is what we did. And for us, the first thing is collaboration, which is what we are talking about. You need to partner with people on the ground, because with law, you must be qualified within the jurisdiction to practice. So we partnered with people on the ground, and then we decided what type of practice do we set up in each country, and that's how we manage to grow. And I tell people, if you can do it in law practice, you can do it in anything. So our expansion predates the after. The after coming just coincides with what we're already doing, and for us, we will leverage it and move on from there.
Let me ask you this very quickly as a follow-up. Which of these would you recommend for business owners? If you fly out of Ghana into any country and you turn on your cell phone after you've landed, it switches to whichever. I'm not going to mention names because of brands, but it speaks to collaboration. So the companies here in Ghana who are collaborating with companies, let's even talk about the telcos, collaborating with companies in other parts of the world. Which is a better approach? And I know it's on a case-by-case basis. It depends on what you're doing, but just speak to us generally. Is it better to go and do it yourself or to do the collaborations? Because in your case, you went there and you did it yourself.
No, there are several things you can do. You can do franchise,
right,
which means your product is needed somewhere and you cannot establish there. So you franchise in and get the product sold to the people there. You can set up there if you think the type of product requires you to be there. If the service industry is more difficult to do. You can do what is called a Swiss variant. A Swiss variant is where the entities, they have their own brand, but they adopt your name. And that's the type that you have the likes of Pricewaterhouse and the like of Deloitte and the rest use that type of, where you have one brand, but it's all over. There is also one route that many SMEs forget, and they feel that the AFTA or the integrating Africa is not for them. And I tell people that the ecosystem is changing. There is very little you can do about it. And you will either have to remain relevant or you will die. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
And therefore, we need to think, and I'm going to say something which many people will find surprising, but give me a minute, I will explain that. I don't think outside the box. I stopped thinking outside the box long ago because it's a cliche. There are 4 ways I think. I'll talk about just one of them. I think very far away from the box. So I look at the box, if it's become a cliche, and I decide to dismantle the box and do something different. So because this outside the box thing is just a cliche.
You think like there is no box?
Yeah. Well, there is a box, but some people think within it. Some people think just within the principles. Some people think away from it. And at times you must think within the box. It's not always you must think outside the box. I have a blog coming up, I will explain that later. But I think very far away from the box in such instances. And one of the far away from the box things we are not doing is aggregation and consolidation. We can have a situation where SMEs can actually agree to produce at the same standards, aggregate, and still reach other markets. You don't have to be large to take advantage of an expanded continent. You can be small and can still take advantage of it. And that's, if there's one lesson I should leave for SMEs, that's what I will do. So everything depends on your context, your business case, your strategy, and your culture. Without culture, forget it.
Strong points there. Let's appreciate Mr. Fosudote. Tavoni Biza, I'm coming to you, Old Mutual. You've been set up in Ghana since 2013. You acquired a major stake in Provident Life Assurance in 2014, and you rebranded to Old Mutual Life Assurance Company, Ghana Limited. Share your story with us, juxtaposing all of your experiences with the local content issues, the labor laws, and the collaborations that your peers have shared earlier, if you will.
I think I'll pick up from where David just left off, which is around the culture issues. We came into Ghana in 2013, and suffice to say we struggled quite a bit. And the reason we struggled was because of culture issues. The difference in culture between, because you see, the biggest problem that many people have is that people think Africa is one country. But Africa is not one country. I'm from Zimbabwe. Zimbabweans and South Africans, we have lots of similarities, but we are actually quite different. So you go into a country, one of the challenges that we had was you do employ local people, and we had lots of local people that we actually employ. But in terms of the cultural fit, it was not something that we paid a lot of attention to. And we didn't pay a lot of attention to understanding the Ghanaian market in the first instance, and also in terms of actually building our people to understand what we're trying to do. The reason I'm saying it is because, I mean, we had quite some significant losses within the Ghanaian insurance space for quite a bit of time. It's only when we started to address those issues that we started to see us getting quite a lot of traction within the market. So when we looked at it, you see, you can have very skilled, very, very good, and very astute people. But a lot of times what we don't do is we do not invest in two things. Number one, we do not invest in allowing and enabling people to do their job properly. And number two, to think globally. So it's very easy. You see, if you're a leader and you don't have a vision or you can't articulate that vision, it becomes very difficult for people to actually follow. So one of the, if I look at Old Mutual, one of the things that we basically have started to do, or that we basically started to do, was to make people understand the ethos of the business, what we are trying to do, and then develop local solutions in terms of what we're trying to do. We were set up 177 years ago in South Africa for an insurance company without capital, not a peso of capital.
Did you also start with a borrowed table, did you?
It was just a few friends who basically saw a need. So basically what it was called was, the slogan then was an uncertain friend in uncertain times. But the key thing is, what we were formed to do and what we are out to do is to develop solutions for people that work. Right?
Right.
We got bogged down in this is the product we have, that is the product we have, that is the product we have. When we allowed ourselves, when we got people to understand the ethos of, we started without a single peso of capital, but we survived 177 years. Why? In a business that you can't see anything. What we sell, you can't see. It's trust. We managed to get our customers to trust us. And how do you get customers to trust you? By providing a service that people know, understand, and value.
Being consistent also, isn't it?
Yes, being consistent. Being very, very consistent. When we managed to do that, when we managed to change the mindset, we were sending our people also outside to go and see some of the things that we're doing. But we managed to change the mindset. We started to get a lot more input, collaboration, and ownership from the locals in the Ghanaian market. And once that started happening, we started to see a dramatic shift in the results of the company. So for me, that has been, I've been here for 3 years, that has been one of the key learnings that I've actually had, to realize how much value you can have in people if you actually just unable to unlock it. Once you're able to unlock it, you can see a tremendous growth and tremendous progress for your people and for your business. And that's really one of the things that we've really learned. And it's something that we've been replicating all over the African continent, and we're starting to see some very, very, very interesting results. But I guess the biggest challenge is sometimes we just think that African countries are the same, and the reality is that they are not. They are similar, but they're not the same.
Thank you very much. Very wonderful thoughts there, Mr. Biza. Helene Wesi, you are the CEO of Guinness Ghana PLC. Guinness Ghana PLC. And clearly your story is also one that we're excited about and want you to share. In your strategy for growth, what would you say the role of digitization has been? I'm talking about digitization because our theme for today says digital leadership for the digital economy. So let's talk about digitization in your strategy with reference to your production, your batching, every part of your process. What have the learning growth points been? And what can we learn from that? And tell us about one or two of the challenges as well, if you will.
So yes, just to put Guinness Ghana a bit in context, we are part of a global organization called Diageo. And maybe the name Diageo doesn't sound so much a bell, but when I talk about Johnny Walker, Gordon, Smirnoff, I'm sure I have quite a few customers here in the room. Yes, and Diageo is a global company operating in 180 countries. We have 200 brands, and that already shows, without digitization, it would be impossible to run a business as large as this. If I then translate it to Africa, whereas Diageo worldwide is very big in spirits, and the spirits come from 140 manufacturing sites across the world. In Africa, we're really big in beer. I'm sure you all know Guinness Stout, that's part of our company name. But each of the markets in Africa, and we're operating in 8 countries, also has very local brands. And connecting to what my colleague said, it really is, with beer, you really talk about local expertise. There are different beer brands in every country in Africa, and here we have a number that you are fairly familiar with. I'd like to mention all 33 brands, but I won't be doing that. But you can imagine a global company than a local operating beer business. We have 2 breweries here in the country. You know, that really grounds us locally. We're 62 years in Ghana. We source of our raw materials, we source around 73% locally. That ingrains us into the local society. So this global approach, combining the strengths of global systems, technologies, but with a local implementation, knowing the local consumers, the local customers, that is key for us. Digitization is part of all our processes. When we talk about planning, production, from production, well, let me tell you a bit more in detail. You know, we plan how much we expect to sell. That is an art in itself, and I'm sure that you recognize that. We plan what we expect to sell, and from that planning system, we trigger to our suppliers locally, internationally, globally, to what items we need to have, varying from raw materials to packaging, bottles, cans, crown corks, cases, you name it. That all needs to be arriving in time, well in time, to be able to connect to our trucks, who are also connected to the same system, and our transporters. And all of that gets triggered to work in one great flow. I'm remembering that word flow here. A great integrated system, but it also requires very much that we have tasks where people take an element of the system, but we need people locally to really oversee the end-to-end system, because if anything gets a hiccup in that system, then the rest of the whole system gets flawed. So that is one learning, I would say. We have very sophisticated integrated systems, but let's make sure that you have people locally end-to-end to be looking at, okay, is everything going all right, or where do we need to mitigate or steer in a different direction? Our financial system gets also connected to that, in terms of paying our invoices to our suppliers, in terms of triggering invoices to our customers, and none of that can be done in cash payments. Cash payments are a risk for a business like ours. We stand fully straight for compliance. We cannot handle any frauds, anti-money laundering. We have strong policies on those. So that's why our transactions, our financial transactions, also all need to be digitized. And then when I come to talk about marketing, digital media, and digital advertising, very important. When I come to commercial, we have systems that manage and measure our exposure or our performance in outlets versus competition. Our sales team gets messages every day in our system on which customers to visit, which products to sell, what their opportunities are there. So anywhere in our business, digitization plays a big role. One of the learnings I already shared, integrated systems, make sure that you stay really on top of it. We don't want individuals just to do their little bit and not oversee the whole process. That is a key one. Yes, and I think also where a number of our systems operate above market, handled by specialists in procurement or specialists in financial services, it is still very important that the local market stays closely connected to these above market teams, because the local knowledge of customers, of transporters, of consumers is key to make sure that everything goes right. They can be specialists in procurement, but they know nothing of the local market. So that's where it's very key that we have people ingrained in the market who are connected to all, our farmers, our customers, and our consumers, to make sure that that part gets fed well in the global systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful thoughts there. Let's put our hands together for her. Jainath, I'm coming to you now. I want you to continue on the line of where you ended when you made your presentation. I know that we cannot underestimate the value of people in all of the stories that we're telling. Clearly, it's an important fact, but just sort of highlight it a bit more for us. What are the specific things that we should look out for when we talk about people? I don't want it to be just a word up in the air, but are we looking out for what is it about people that we should look out for in our businesses as we grow to become African multinationals?
People don't work alone in organizations. You like it or not, you work as a team. So if there's one thing I would like, there's a lot of things that I can talk about, but there's one thing that I would like to share, and that is how do you improve the team dynamics? Because you don't work alone, you work as a team, you're interdependent. So team dynamics, improving the performance of the team is more important than improving the performance of a single individual. So if you have to improve the performance of a team, then there is one thing that we believe and we promote, and that's called daily work management, which is extremely important. So just to very quickly, I don't want to get into details. If you want good dental hygiene, your dentist will tell you to brush your teeth twice, preferably 3 times a day. Now replace that with you brushing your teeth only once a week. You can imagine what happens. You lose a lot of friends. And so as a team, what you do daily is what you get weekly, and what you do weekly is what you get monthly, and what you do monthly is what you get quarterly. So when you talk of people in an organization, it's not individuals, but it is teams, and team performance depends on how you deal with your issues on a daily basis. If you miss performance one single day, it piles up the next day, and thereon, therefore, if you don't perform a single day, you don't perform a week, you don't perform a week, you don't perform a quarter. So what you do daily is very important, and we call that meet daily, measure daily, improve daily, and that's my message. Meet
Thank
daily,
you.
measure daily, improve daily.
Improve daily. Very concise message there. My last, please go ahead. Let's appreciate him. My last contribution for this panel discussion, Mr. Yao Apia Latte. You represent Deloitte Ghana, a very significant financial advisory player in our industry today. There's a lot that comes to my mind when I think about financial advisory. I'm going to restrain myself. But how have you survived in your growth process? Oftentimes when you issue your advice, I know that sometimes on the back end, some of the companies really don't listen to the advices that you give, which is why sometimes they end up where they do. But what are the learning points? We're speaking freely here today. What are the learning points without you having to come to the boardroom to issue that report for them and they having to pay you for it? What are the learning points? What are the pitfalls? What should we avoid as business owners who are seeking to become African multinationals, if you will?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Free consultation here.
Yeah, okay. So I guess I also put it in context. So Deloitte is the biggest professional services firm in the world. And over the last few years, we've realized, as indicated, that there are cultural differences, particularly on the continent of Africa. So in the last few years, what Deloitte has done is to convert our practice from country-based practice, as you've seen, and David mentioned with law, to what we call Deloitte Africa. And having Deloitte Africa, wherever we go, we represent ourselves as Deloitte Africa. You don't have to change the way you do things to fit. It's Deloitte Africa. And that has helped us to ride on the technology that our global practice has, to the extent that wherever Deloitte person you pick from Ghana can go to Chicago, he'll work a day after. He just gets his laptop and starts working. This is the advice that we've given to a lot of businesses, that it is people and processes that drives efficiency and transformation. I would like to quote what Mike Tyson said, that everyone has got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. If you get punched in the mouth, that's when you realize that your plan is working or not working. And why would I say this? When you were punched in the mouth, I would say climate change was one of them. COVID was the second. And today, the biggest punch we have is Russia and Ukraine. Which of the businesses will survive with these punches over the last few years? It is those who are driving on the back of technology, who are automating their system. And my country managing partner said in his opening address, that those who are going to drive tomorrow's business are those who are thinking sustainability, who are driving on the back of technology. And I tell you, Deloitte is an example that during the COVID period, were the first professional service firm to do the biggest webinar on the government of Ghana budget, for instance. And for so many years, we are so used to having a meeting like this and bringing all stakeholders. And when we did the webinar, people were, is it going to work? It worked and it was overly subscribed. We had people begging to join the platform and we were oversubscribed. And I think for business leaders, as we have, as many as we have in this room, we think about sustainability, which is why today we are talking about ESG, because it is something that will go beyond the generation that we are thinking about now. And I'll use the last example. Recently, I saw someone post on a WhatsApp page the Sugar Cube brand that we've known for so many years. And the person said, what kind of business is this? They never advertise. They've never changed in size. They've never changed in color. And they've never changed in anything. What kind of business arrogance is this company? Why is that the case? Because that brand, many years ago, when people were not even thinking about the amount of sugar they were taking, they decided to sell in cubes. When you pick a cube, you know the number of calories you are picking. And they've thought so many years that they could survive it. So we should think 150 years ahead of our competitors, and we will survive all the punches that will hit our mouth. Thank you.
So think ahead. Think ahead. Dr. Macaulay, before you give us your final, I was going to say final closing comments, but they say I should say final word. But while you're doing that, tell us about business continuity, just very briefly.
Well, it's all about discipline. I mean, it's very difficult in this terrain doing business. Looking at the internal environment and the external environment. So we as business leaders, we need to be disciplined. We have to know that strong personalities don't build business. It's systems and structures. As we forge towards the digital age, we have to set up our corporate governance and make sure systems and structures work well for us.
Systems and structures, Dr. Macaulay. Jainath, your final comments?
Well, I'll draw from my chairman, my teacher, Masaki Imai, Japanese teacher. It's a message to CEOs that if you want to change, transform your organization, he talks about 3 ingredients. The first ingredient, which is very important, is called top management commitment. Without top management commitment, you can't transform change. The second ingredient that he talks about, and I want my CEOs to take note, is called top management commitment. And the third, which is very important, is called top management commitment.
Top management commitment. Thank you so much, Jainath. Mr. President, your final comments, sir.
I think in an integrated continent, collaboration is very key. Without collaborating, many businesses are not going to survive on this, fast-changing African continent. Yeah.
Right. Collaboration is the key. Thank you so much, Mr. Vusudote. Tavoni, your final comments?
The most important thing also, apart from collaboration, is we need to believe in ourselves and to believe in each other. I think there's lots that we can do once we actually believe that we can do it. And once we actually believe that our brothers and sisters can do it, then we'll start to see a big change in the country and in the industry. Thank you.
Amit, your final comments?
I think what I've learned from the way we work in Olam is what drives us is ambition. And we do not let a difficult year or a difficult circumstance allow us to falter. We carry on with a very huge driving ambition, and that allows us to do things very differently with a medium term rather than a short term perspective all the time. So that is what I would say, that keep ambition high and allow ambition to keep driving you at every stage.
Allow the vision to keep driving you. Thank you so much, Amit, for those comments. Mukesh, your final comments?
Any market you are in, it is the product, quality, pricing, and delivery, and the most important, service. No matter which market you are, you deliver everything and think big, you can make it happen. Thank you.
Think big, you can make it happen. Thank you so much for those comments.
So I'm going to pick up just off what he said. I think today we really need to focus on services, and the theme for this summit, digital transformation. We need to focus on digital services to offer our customers whatever product you are selling today, you have to add service to it. People will buy your product if they can connect with your brand, if they can believe in your brand, and if they can trust your brand. And to do all of these things, you have to provide the services that your customers are looking for.
So I will say that for us to transform our businesses, let's focus on the greatest assets that we have. And our greatest asset are people. Gone are the days when we manage our people with human resource management department. Today, it is talent management. The biggest brand that you can talk of, the Apple and the rest, they manage talent. You identify the talent, you give them the resources, and they will transform your process for you. Let's not talk about how much they want to be paid, how much will get them to be happy. No. We've gone past the age of survivor, the days where the young ones are ambitious, and we should manage them as talents, not as people who are ready to work.
Fun thoughts there. Helene, your final comments?
Thank you. Yes, I believe for any business, any size, the way for growth is a combination of curiosity and courage. And with courage, I mean you must be able and willing to let people make mistakes. If we don't make mistakes, we don't learn. And that is what we need our courage for. Our curiosity is there to expand, to try and invent and try out new products, new innovations, new processes. It's with that dynamic mindset that we will be able to counteract the punches that we've seen around and that we all feel in our businesses. And then one last point that's very close to my heart. There's a very diverse workforce out there. A bit more diverse than I see here on stage. I'm really proud to say we were struggling to get women from technical universities into our brewery. And we need, in our supply, we have strong targets for increasing the diversity, gender diversity in our business. But by setting up a training program with young women from STEM universities, we had about 90 of them going through a 6-month course, and we've now hired 34 of those into our business. So it is possible, and not all women are only interested in mascara.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being a wonderful audience. Let's put our hands together for ourselves as well. If we want our businesses to grow and want to radically transform them to become African multinationals, then no, we cannot get tired. No, we cannot stop. We only have to keep moving ahead, for in moving ahead, we become the best versions of ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A very warm afternoon to you all, and thank you for joining us for the 6th Ghana CEO Summit, brought to you by the CEOs Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, the GIPC, the State's Interest and Governance Authority, the University of Ghana Business School, and a host of other partners. This afternoon, we gather here to dwell on the topic, digital leadership for the digital economy. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the most important panel for today, the economy and the ease of doing business. For 30 minutes, this panel will run, and it will be moderated by Inshira Ado. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Inshira and his amazing panel.
Thank you very much, Jerry, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's a public-private sector dialogue on Ghana's economic outlook, the ease of doing business, regulatory reforms, corruption crisis, public sector leadership, and technology towards a solution-oriented policy framework. Now, you'll all agree that when a combination of government policy, regulatory environment meets business tenacity and ingenuity in the delivery of goods and services and wealth creation, then you could say you have a high ease of doing business. Ghana has scored 60 points in the last doing business report. Now, that report originally started in 2003 And the World Bank took a decision to discontinue it while looking towards what they call the business enabling environment rankings, which is yet to start. But that said, we have dreams of growing our economy. And for that to happen, public sector, government, regulatory environment, and the players must create a level playing field and an enabling environment that would allow private sector to be able to deliver on their own shareholder expectations while solving problems. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to quickly mention all the panelists. Some changes occurred, so you may not have the right list in your brochures. We've got Ms. Domtie Efua Sarpong from the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. She's a Principal State Attorney. Please nod so the team will recognize you. And we also have the head of SIGA, Ambassador Edward Boating, and the CEO of GIPC, Mr. Yofi Grant, Mr. Humphrey Ayim Dake, who is the President of AGI, and I have Professor Peter Quarte with the University of Ghana, the Department of Economics. We also have Deborah Mausi Ajimfra. She's a Deputy DG at the Securities and Exchange Commission. And also Mr. George Ankuma. He's a lead tax and regulatory partner at Deloitte. And of course, the Commissioner General, Reverend Amishadai Osu Amwa. I'm going to start off by speaking to Mr. Grant. Now, the COVID pandemic taught us something, looking inward. Typically, the GIPC's mandate is to look for investment, and we tend to look outward for investment. In light of the need to expedite the ranking or how ease of doing business in Ghana is concerned, where do you see the low-hanging fruits for for us to start looking internally?
Thank you very much, and a good afternoon to everybody. Welcome, Vice President. Indeed, you ask a very interesting question because there are many dimensions to it. What we did post-COVID as a government was to come up with a plan called the Ghana Cares Obatampa program, which is COVID alleviation and revitalization of enterprises support program. Now, that program itself had a ticket of 100 billion cedis, of which government would supply just 30%. So 30 billion is supposed to come from government, and the remaining 70 billion from the private sector and investments. Now, from government's own study, there were certain specific economies that were listed to enable us build back better and build back stronger. That meant creating jobs and creating further opportunity for economic growth. And those sectors were agriculture, agro-processing, a bit of infrastructure, manufacturing, health, construction, and construction, I'll put it there, and real estate, and then of course technology. And in the context of this summit, for us as GIPC, we've looked at the space, the technology space, in terms of what sort of ecosystem we require to enable the programs that we'll execute to happen. And I look at it saying, okay, where's the world going to? There is Industry 5.0, which means that the level at which a lot of execution of activities will be with human intervention as well as robotics and artificial intelligence. And that will happen in the context of what we call Web 3.0, where now a lot of machine learning is going to determine how you do stuff. And so even in looking for investors in that space, we need to construct that architecture that brings in products and services that will fit into Web 3.0. And it's not just about bringing applications, but to see how those applications together will create more value for whether it's government or for private sector or whatever it is. And as you know, technologically, the world is moving towards what they call the metaverse, which is a blur between physical reality and artificial reality. And most of it is going to be by artificial intelligence. And so for us, we are looking for investments that will enable us be in that spot right there where artificial intelligence will drive a lot of the processes and stuff we do. And this morning, we heard a lot about how CRM is going to be very important and how technology and systems are going to be very important. And that really is where we are at, as looking at the broader picture. So, but looking at the other areas that we mentioned, which we believe will enable us build better, those are the areas that have been seen, not just in Ghana, but in many economies, to create jobs and bring back, a lot of activity back into the economy. And jobs are important, but investments are important, because the more investments you're able to bring in, the more businesses you create. The more businesses you create, the more jobs you can create. And the more jobs you can create, the greater the chances of government also being able to get its taxes to build the economy. So we are looking at that whole ecosystem and build an architecture of attraction that will bring investors to partner with Ghanaians to execute and deliver that.
Thanks very much, Yofi. Humphrey, from AGI's perspective, you're heavy in that engine of growth of private sector. How well has government's policy in driving the agenda of taking advantage of the AFCFTA helped your group as far as your ease of doing business, whether it be it regulatory or cross-country, cross-border access to electricity? Where are your sentiments at the moment?
All right, thank you. One is to narrow this to which of the policies that are aiding industry to take advantage of the AFTA program. One needs to say that our economy is evolving in the standard approach of what we call the factor economy, moving down to the investment economy and that of the innovative economy. We bring this up because in the factor economy, you and I know, has to do with natural resources and cheap labor, which is still existing in the structure that we have. We do have that of the investment. That's where you have the manufacturers creating products for export. And that is when AFTA comes into play. And then we do have that of the innovation. That's where you take advantage of digitization and leverage on the two, and then possibly do the AFTA job. And in this shape, one will also then look into the current trends of what is happening on the global market, which is the inflationary rates that are bedeviling everybody. So the question is, how do you take the innovative stage, leverage on the factor and the investment stage, and transform the structure of the economy? Once that is done, you then give capacity to manufacturers and entrepreneurs to build capacity, then to export and take advantage of the AFTA project. However, there are a few challenges one identifies. And one could say that when you listen to the monetary policy report of the governor every now and then, and you see his three key critical issues that are the factors coming out of the producer price index, the CPI that leads into the inflationary rates, or the basket, agriculture, construction, and today in April, it's fuel that is driving. How do we use the innovation stage, which is the digitization stage, harmonize on these phases and bring about a transformation of the structure of the economy? Because in all the engagement, it comes back to saying, how can we transform the structure of the economy? One example the Olam Group gave that was impressive was using digitization to purchase for their procurement system and payment system all over the country in terms of buying of their various primary products, i.e. cashew. And all these products are purchased through this platform. And they also use the same platform to deploy what you call the banking facilities loan to the farm gates. So you see how broad digitization could leverage on the factor and investment economy and aid the transformation of the economy. So our concern is, how can policymakers leverage on digitization and target one area like agriculture that forms a major part of the inflationary basket and bring about transformation using digitization. That will lead to the PFJ, Planting for Food and Jobs, creating a lot of inputs, that's the industrial raw materials. Then these industrial raw materials then feed into the one district, one factory. However, whilst this project of 1D, 1F was going on through the PFJ, at a stage, there was reflection. They realized that the warehouse system wasn't sufficient and they introduced it. Then the question is, how do you deploy technology to see to the over 300 warehouses in the country? And then those who are in strategic areas that there are food. I had a news item today on Joy FM where somewhere in Tripoli, a lot of these outputs that are coming in are exported at its raw stage to neighboring countries, depriving the one district, one factories here the capacity to produce, the capacity to build their efficiency and quality and export into AFTA. So it's a real big convoluted issues that we need to use IT to resolve, and our case is to transform the structure of the economy, and I demonstrated that to the inflationary basket, which once it hits everybody. So in AGI, in SMEs, what are the low-hanging fruits that we chasten? We need to build capacity. We're looking for policies that will guarantee industrial raw materials in its quantity to make factories viable. Once you seek to do export into AFTA, you got to look for quality, for skill. And when you're talking about skill, you need numbers. This is another stage whereby you can use innovation to build cluster of SMEs all over the northern belt producing cashew nut. And this cashew nut could be transformed to the next stage before exported. So my challenge to Olam is doing a lot of wonderful work procuring the raw material of cashew and exporting cashew at that stage. But industry challenges Olam. Could you move to the next stage and add value to it? Can we use the cluster system through innovation and technology? Identify 30 farmers, 10 factories, monitor their stocks, and then build capacity to export to AFTA. This is the story of AGI. This is the story of industry.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. I'd like to bring in Edward at this point. You're running the state's interest governance agency. Now, the state's responsibility is to create the bedrock on which industry can grow. Historically, we haven't had the best in terms of the efficiencies that the state brings into the business environment so that businesses can leverage with innovation to deliver. How is government, or rather SIGA, working with the various agencies that report or you oversee to ensure that, for example, the Registrar General's Department and their digitization drive is delivering a very quick turnaround for registration, that people are able to interface with the GRA very quickly? How exactly is SIGA poised to ensure that the ease of doing business essentially is brought down to how quickly can you get things done and move on?
Thank you very much. I think I agree with what Humphrey said in terms of, we need to connect the dots. And I think that's where SIGA comes in. Traditionally, the SOEs have not seen themselves as key enablers in connecting the dots in terms of business efficiency, in terms of creating the economic superhighway, as I call it, for SMEs to also thrive. For me, one of the things that I keep telling my colleague CEOs is that in whatever sector you find yourself, it's your responsibility as the CEO of that industry to be able to create the space for the entrepreneurs, for the small CEOs to also have that superhighway to drive on. And I give the example of, for instance, my own sector, media. When I joined CNN, we were a very small company. And it was our responsibility to take our entire company portfolio of cartoons, news around the world. The key enablers for us, wherever we went, was the American Embassy, the economic counselors. They would open the doors for you and they would ensure that your ease of doing business, your cost of doing business, everything was dramatically cut down. So the same thing applies to the SOEs. Unfortunately, our SOEs were created to facilitate and provide jobs, but that key role of being an enabler was absent, and that's what we are hoping to do. When I took this job, my first meeting was with the Minister of Finance. And I must say, for somebody like me, I've worked in the corporate sector, I've built my own business. When I asked him what his expectation was, he said to me that SOEs have to contribute 30% to the GDP. I did a quick calculation in my head and I said, "Are you serious?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "But do they know that?" He said, "That's your responsibility now to make them know." Now, when I went back to my office and I started doing the calculation, I realized that they could even do more. And that's why, if you've been reading and hearing the last airwaves, the last few weeks, we put a lot of pressure to make sure that they get simple things like their own management accounts, audited accounts right. Now, what that happens is if they're able to do that, it improves our physical space, because traditionally only central government accounts was factored into our GDP and the local government. Now, bringing the SOEs expands that base. Now, to be able to do that, we need to leverage on technology. To be able to do that, we need to reduce the amount of mismanagement and perceived corruption in the system, because then it means that their bottom lines are going to improve. Also, there has to be enforcement and discipline, because if we're able to get our SOEs working, then private sector business will improve dramatically. In most countries, even in the US, if you look at all the Fortune 500 companies and you look at their base, where are they getting the most R&D from, or where did they start? Most often than not, it's from federal government. And that's how it works, because if you have to start on your own, it's very, very difficult. I mean, I worked for Coca-Cola, and the history of Coca-Cola could not have been what it is today had it not been for the US government facilitating and opening the doors for them to all these countries. And I think that's what we seek to do with the SOEs. There has to be a radical change in mindset in terms of even our chief executives themselves. There's constant conversations going on. Since I came, the president has met them. Finance minister spoke to the CEOs recently. Next week, we're meeting with the chairman, because we realize that if we're able to improve governance, if we're able to make them meet a certain percentage of their targets, then our economy is going to expand, the economic superhighway is going to be created, and a lot of companies and entrepreneurs, young people who want to start their own business can ride on that highway. Right now, we seem to have that highway. It's littered with a lot of potholes. It's narrow. We want to create 6-lane, 12-lane, super economic super highways so that more business people can thrive. And that's how we also help to create more wealth in the country, and also help to increase the financial viability of even small companies. And that's really our objective now.
I think the Registrar General's Department has embarked on a certain amount of digitization. How far has RGD come, and what has made it possible?
The Registrar General, very soon, there's going to be a split, and we are going to have the Office of the Registrar of Companies separated from the Registrar General. That would be marriages and administration of estates. And why is that? Because we want to focus on the businesses. We're having off the company, the business registration part, so that we can give very effective services. So we've done a lot of reforms, and I'm sure most of you can attest to that. And we started this since even prior to 2008. We started first with the basics, the law. we had a law that was in operation since 1963. So you agree with me? There were very redundant provisions in there that made doing business very difficult because you had to comply with the law. But we've removed all these provisions so that there's ease of doing business. What we incorporated into the Act was the Electronic Transactions Act provisions, whereby you can transact all forms of businesses by way of filings, keeping registers, doing your mergers and acquisitions, filing your annual returns. And if you can, businesses would recall, during the COVID times, we had to issue directives for companies to have online virtual AGMs. That was because it was very impossible for, companies to come together to hold their AGMs. These are some of the things that we've done. We've tried to create a one-stop shop. When you say doing business, it's not just registering the businesses. It involves the GRA, it involves RGD, it involves SNIT, because you need to pay your pays. It involves the metropolitan assemblies, so that they can also give you business operating permits. Currently, we've incorporated the NIA, because that's the way to go. That's the ID that everyone requires to have a business. What else? We've have online portal. We have a very effective online portal where you can go and do your basic search, incorporate your businesses, and we are improving it. We are constantly improving it. Because of the law, we are going to even change the system so that it would make sure it covers all the provisions in the Act, so that from the comfort of your home, you should be able to do any transactions that...
Edward mentioned the need for a mindset change.
Yes.
How much of that has made the change at RGD possible? We're very resistant to change as a people.
I know.
How were you able to get this far?
We are doing a lot of change management training. We've been training our staff for them to know that it's not going to be business as usual. If we have this new law that is asking us to do things electronically, we cannot continue doing the same old things. We also want the public to have the business community to have a mind change. They should use the system that have been put in place. They should stop using middlemen. That's also a mind change. It's not just the RGD. They need to file their returns. As I say, there are obligations and responsibilities. The RGD is there to provide a legal framework. The government provides that security for you to register your businesses. We maintain it, and we give out information, right? And then we expect that the companies would also supply that information, updated information, correct information, so that there's synergy.
Thanks. Deborah, I'd like to come to you on the place of the Securities and Exchange Commission in this. We tend to forget that the SEC has a lot to do, not just when it comes to the financial services or capital markets, but businesses rely on you. And when you're doing M&As for businesses that are listed, you're called upon. But more importantly, what are the regulations that you have in place for market operators to meet present and future challenges and be able to leverage on the growth trajectory that we're on at the moment?
So just to say that what is the Securities and Exchange Commission and what's the space that we occupy? So just to put it in context, I can say that at the time of revoking the licenses of 50 companies, the money they held was 8.1 billion Ghana cedis. And that's just 50 companies within our space. So indeed, there is some money within the space that we regulate. And how do we give the enabling environment to these companies? We have laws and guidelines to ensure that the market is transparent, because when people are investing, they need to know that the market is transparent. and it's fair and it's efficient. So once we have these rules, we are protecting the investor who is putting their money in that space, and also making sure that the market is run with integrity. And how do we do this? We realize that there's a lot of innovation going on, and the SEC doesn't want to be behind with innovation. So we've issued a regulatory sandbox guideline which gives room for innovation. People can come in that space and try out all the innovations they have. And the panel before us spoke about lack of infrastructure. In the SEC space, we have patient capital. That's what we say about our space. So what do? We have guidelines. We've issued another guideline on private funds, where private equity venture capital can come into that space and have some safety nets. So those are some of the things that we have done in terms of providing guidelines. And after we've done that, the investor needs to be educated, because if you don't have an educated investor, they wouldn't come into your space. So we also conduct financial literacy. And there's a lot of talk about SMEs struggling to find capital. We have an alternate market under the stock exchange where the rules are more relaxed for SMEs to also come in there and raise some capital. So we know that infrastructure is necessary, so we make sure that there's room for patient capital in our space for infrastructure, and then we also make sure that SMEs come into our space and are within some safety nets. But when people invest, when they are ready to take their money back, we also make sure that that investor who's put their money in the project is also protected. So that's the way we operate in the ecosystem.
When it's all said and done, the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority has to ensure that government is able to raise its own revenue to ensure the level playing field we're talking about. One of the parameters for measuring the doing business index is taxation. And on that, we scored 53. It's the lowest in all of the parameters in the last ranking. How are we going to change that?
Thank you very much. I think you are right. That is one of the parameters. And it's also very right that it should be one of the parameters, because at the end of the day, paying tax is not easy. And therefore, if you don't make the paying of the tax easy, then it becomes really more difficult for you to get the revenue. So it's very, very important that the paying of the tax should be to be convenient for the taxpayer to pay. And the scoring that you were referring to was the last time, which is over 5 years ago. And I want to mention that we have done a lot in the last couple of years to ensure that we change this situation completely. If you look at the Revenue Administration Act, ironically, there are 3 things that, apart from the many other things that we have done, in the Revenue Administration Act, there were 3 things that have been mentioned specifically that the Commissioner General must look at automating or digitalizing these 3 areas. 1 was the filing of tax, 2 was the payment of tax, and 3 is the issuing of tax grant certificate. And today, in the last 2 years, 2 of these 3 has been dealt with and left with 1. And this year, we'll deal with that one as well.
Which one?
Number 1 was filing of tax. And today, we file tax online. Where previously, years ago, we were all filing the tax manually. You have to go to our office, carry your files and all those things. In fact, as at May this year, we've asked all large corporate tax organizations, that taxpayers, that we are not accepting manual filing at all. Okay. Number 2 was the payment of tax. Until last year, you have to physically walk to our tax offices. We had 257 tellers. And the question that we kept asking ourselves is, are we a bank or a tax organization? And so we said the banks are more capable of handling the cash, and we are capable of collecting the tax. Collecting the tax is different from collecting cash. And today, people can pay online. They can pay by doing *222# and they can pay their tax. People can pay through all the various means and also using the Ghana.gov platform. And so when we finished, we had to retrain 257 tellers into being able to rather go there and collect tax rather than going to collect cash. Because for the cash, you can sit in your office and do it. And I also want to assure that we have gone very far in terms of automating the tax clearance certificate. And therefore, we are coming to a point where you don't need to now write and apply, and we will launch it very soon. But you'll be able to have your tax status. And we are doing it in two ways. We are doing it through a USSD code, such that if you put your USSD code *222# and you put in your Ghana card number, it will tell you whether you are compliant or you are not compliant. And if you go onto our website, also we'll have a portal there. If you put in your tax certificate, and therefore we are going to work, and the Vice President is supporting us on this, where we are linking up with all the other agencies. And so the time is coming in Ghana that when you want to renew your driving license, you have to put in your Ghana card number and to tell you whether you are compliant or not compliant. If you are not compliant, license will not be renewed.
Compliance is important.
If you want to do your roadworthy, same thing. And it's not something that you have to go too far to go and search for it. Because when you do your *22# and you point it there to tell whether you're compliant or not, when we get there, all of us will file our tax. Because nobody will compel you. The technology, the digitization will ensure compliance.
Thank you. Reminds me of the point that Dr. Macaulay said. We have to have structures and we have to have systems.
I'll tell you one quick story and then I'll end. The MD for Guinness was here. I traveled with her team in the north, trying to look at some of the projects that we're doing. And then I wanted to use the escort. They said, no, sir, we can't use the escort. I said, why can't you use the escort? They said, you have to keep to 80 kilometers per hour. Mm-hmm. If we go beyond 1 kilometer, we'll be in trouble. And I said, but we are in the north. He said, sir, as soon as we pass the 81 kilometer, an alert will go to our office. And that alert will show on my phone that I have gone past the 80 kilometer. And because there was technology, they followed me 80 kilometer.
A round of applause for that. Compliance indeed is important. Right, so I deliberately left out George and Professor Korte to the end. Now, the MSME space is big. As a matter of fact, if my memory serves me right, more than 85% of businesses registered in this country sits in there. And the story is not very different across the continent. And so if we're going to take advantage of this 3 trillion opportunity through the AFCFTA, the small boys and girls are going to have to step up. In your opinion, George, wherein lies the space for what Humphrey calls the capacity building and collaboration between the private sector and the public sector, especially focusing on the MSME space?
Thank you, Ishra. So I think that the collaboration between the private sector and the public sector is very key in developing any economy. And you can attest to it. I think that COVID did expose all of us as to how preparedness we are in terms of collaborating between the public sector and the private sector. Organizations that survived strongly, there was every evidence that they really prepared themselves during before even the pandemic and after the pandemic. We have examples of Amazon, which is, I would say, largest online business, where they were able to grow their business for over 40% during the COVID period. That was because the economies in which they operate from have been able to ensure that the digital landscape is open for industry or private sector, and for that matter, all other sectors within small, medium scale to be able to participate and then invest into it. So I think that the area of collaboration is what is going to take us there, and that is for government to intentionally invest in the infrastructure as far as technology or digital space is concerned. I would even say that we just would not have to look at starting from businesses alone. Yes, businesses are already at a certain stage already, and so there is the need for the public sector to look at retooling and rescaling its personnel, in as much as the private sector is already doing its parts. But we also need to look at the next step, which is our educational institutions. How do we bring them on board? During the COVID period, educational institutions had to sit at home, and for that matter, the whole educational curricula had to even change, or the calendar had to change. If we were able to, or if you could see some schools being able to run even during the COVID period, then that should tell us that infrastructure development within the public sector, and for that matter, enhancing the whole economic or the ecosystem, is very key in all sectors being able to tap into it. If we can get to the level where, for instance, university students do not have to go to the exam hall to be writing paper examination. By the time they are coming out, they already have certain skill because we have already started something with them. And my colleague earlier on mentioned that in Deloitte, we say talent management. We've moved from our staff being considered as employees, but then rather taking the talents and then managing and growing them. And so how do we grow them? By ensuring that we give them the proper skill. In terms of technology, in terms of capacity building, we're able to put them. I believe that the public sector, yes, we believe or we agree that there's some steps have already been taken by the GRA. I can attest to what Commissioner General said. If not what was put in place during the last two periods, I think tax collection and tax filings would have been extremely difficult. I think that 2020, 2021 was one of the years that they did even more in tax collection, even within the COVID era, in as much as there was less interaction between the public sector and the office. I'm looking at moving to the level where after one registered with the Registrar General, I don't need to go to the GRA to register. I agree that after registration with the Registrar General, you get your thing, and the same thing is what we are using. But we need to move from that stage, where registering with the Registrar General straight away is linked to the GRA, straight away is linked to the GIPC, straight away is linked to SNIT. And so all these registrations are done concurrently within the ecosystem that we are operating from. So you don't need to sit and be going to the GRA. We need to get to the level that we are reducing the human interaction. We have been able to do it during the COVID period to a very large extent. I think gradually you see a drop or decline in that gains that we made during the COVID period. You see that now we are looking at more physical interaction, and I believe that the more we are able to enhance this digital, this technology space that we are talking about, it even reduces this level of perceived corruption and other things that we have been talking about. Because Commissioner General has mentioned here that we are looking at TCC, that's tax clearance certificate, being issued. Once you log on to the system, you have filed your returns, you have paid your taxes, and all that is expected of you. I don't need to go to the GRA. I think GFM, you carry the news where somebody had to get a way to get his tax clearance certificate. But if we have these systems in place, then all this will be avoided. So I think that collaboration and investment is what is going to take us there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And finally, Professor Peter Korte, two questions in one. Should Africa start looking at a new parameter and in measuring ease of doing business? Because in the Akan adage, do we need to, as we've been talking on the credit referencing, should we start looking inward for our own parameters that is still consistent enough to make us competitive globally? And in terms of the AFCFTA's implementation, should we consider some way to either standardize or harmonize the legal framework across the continent so that the ease of doing business in one country doesn't differ too much from another?
Well, thank you very much. The first one is, we want to be competitive. We want to be competitive globally. We don't have to have our own standards or indicators. We ought to use the globally accepted standards. If we deviate from that, I don't think that will be very good, in my view. Yes, we can have some localized ones, but still subscribe to the global standards for measuring competitiveness, and I believe that is the sure way to go. Before I answer your second question, I have one or two I wanted to pick on the engagement with the private sector. I think the incentive regime have to be looked at carefully. Government using these fiscal incentives is reaching out to the private sector. Equally, you expect the private sector to also perform its role. We have these tax exemptions. Last year or a year ago, we were about 4.5 billion import exemptions alone. I see in the 2022 budget, government has budgeted 2-point-something billion cedis. It's coming down, which is very good. However, I would want government to go a step further to ensure that tax exemptions are given to industries to perform certain roles, to employ, to produce, to export, bring in foreign exchange revenue. We should put in mechanisms for monitoring some of this so that we get value for money. And I think that's one thing I expect the engagement with SMEs. It should be a win-win situation for government and for the private sector. And then the last one, GRA, I am so excited about filing tax online. It's very easy. However, GRA can do a step further. The NCC and many others, I think many SMEs are not informed about the way the system operates. The local businessman will not understand or might not be very conversant with the technology. So I encourage GRA to go a step further, either at the district level or at the regional level, community level, educate people, educate entrepreneurs about how to use the system. We have taken a very brilliant step, we have invested in it, we need to get the most out of it. Then your last one about AFCFTA harmonizing, I think that question should have gone to David Osofubote. He's more the legal than myself. But I think, but it's quite difficult. Countries have their own legal regimes, and it will be difficult for you to change them. Of course, it will take some time for us to be able to harmonize that relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all time would allow this panel. A round of applause for Deborah Malcia Jemfa, Deputy DG of the Securities and Exchange Commission, seated right next to me, and Reverend Amishadai Oswamwa, the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and Professor Peter Korte from the Economics Department of the University of Ghana, and George Ankuma, he's the lead tax and regulatory partner at Deloitte. Next to him is Dr. Humphrey Eyim Dake, President of AGI, and Domtie Efuasapong is a principal attorney with the Registrar General's Department, and of course, Yofi Grant, GIPC CEO, and Ambassador Edward Boateng, the DG of the State Interest and Governance Authority. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Wish we could have stayed some more, but unfortunately, that's all time would allow us. A round of applause, please. And I am Kweku Inshira Ado. I work with Asasi Radio. God bless you all.
There's no digital transformation, digitization without these key actors of industry. So my name is Sam Amanor. Like I said, I work for a company called Blue Space Financial Cloud. We're behind the infrastructure that drives the financial services ecosystem. And we're a global company working here in Ghana, supporting Ghanaian banks, insurance companies, stock exchanges, ministries of finance, and tax authorities. So joining me, I have my good friend, Mr. Dr. Albert Entry Busiako. He's basically the head of the Cybersecurity Authority here in Ghana. Mr. Albert, please a few words. What you do, what does the Cybersecurity Authority do? Really quick, 2 seconds.
The Cybersecurity Authority is a creation of Act 1028, which is the Cybersecurity Act. Essentially, the Act was passed by the 7th Parliament to address the gaps in mitigating inherent risks arising from our ongoing development in digitalization. So basically the authority, which currently the Acting Director General is responsible for regulating cybersecurity matters in the country. I think an important activity has commenced with respect to the designation of 189 institutions of the Republic, which are considered critical national information infrastructure owners. That is very important because I've been hearing quite a lot. I've been here. The platform, the infrastructure, for example, if you look at the Momo interoperable infrastructure, which is running our system, the paperless port, the GIS system, Vice President mentioned about our revenue from online application of passport and so on and so forth. Now, the reality is, in this area of digital transformation, there are inherent existential risks. In other words, as we adopt technology, hacking or one way or the other, compromise of a system will happen. So we need to really sit up and put the necessary measures in place. And I think that is why the authority has been able to help with the designation of 189 institutions, that we are implementing the necessary risk management programs to arrest them. There are risks there. But I think it's also important in terms of the digital leadership of today's CEO to consider investment in cybersecurity not as a cost. It's not at all. It ought to be seen as enabling investment as far as, so once we put money there to deploy the system, the infrastructure, we need to make the necessary investment also to secure the very infrastructure.
Excellent, excellent. So basically, Africa is moving forward towards the digital transformation. As you can see in the last few years, we have more unicorns in Ghana, Nigeria than any other part of Africa. Nigeria is taking the lead, and cybersecurity is one of the most central key areas driving this. And a round of applause to this authority, because it's going to be the trust that will allow us to have confidence in the digital ecosystem. Please give him a round of applause. A quick introduction. We're also joined here by Deloitte. I'm going to skip our lady. I'm going to bring you last. Deloitte is joining us. Mr. Wale Oyeran, who is the Partner Enterprise Tech and Performance. We've heard a lot about talent, right? One of the hindrances for getting into the digital ecosystem we've seen in Africa is talent. Recently, there's a company called Andela, which became a unicorn, basically training African talent based in Africa and recruiting them into the West, basically to give them opportunities to basically change their lives. So, Deloitte, Mr. Wally, what's happening in the talent space? What do you do first, and then what's happening in the talent space when it comes to digital? Because there's a barrier. Today, we're importing technology more than we're exporting. I think GIP's talked about creating the ecosystem. I don't see or know anywhere in Africa where African talent is actually being exported or African tech products are being exported. So talk to us briefly about what we're doing in the talent game in the tech space.
Thanks, Sam. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. So I lead enterprise technology for Deloitte in West Africa, and that is connected to our leading global practice around technology. In fact, Deloitte globally is like 50% technology consulting, which shows that we are much more of a tech consulting firm and digital firm than our contemporaries in this particular industry. And that's the strength of what we are bringing into this region. And what we've seen is that in providing solutions in this region, helping quite a few of our clients, of which I've advised several personally around digital transformation, the talent question is actually a real one, a current issue that my clients are facing, our clients are facing, and we internally are also facing. So you've mentioned Andela. Andela is one of our clients, by the way. And one thing that we've recognized is that the only solution is to produce these talents in large quantities, because we are going to lose them. There is no way that you say you will not lose people to the Canadas and the USAs and the whatnot. But rather than having only 5 people and you lose 3, why not have 200 and you lose 50? So that by the time those that are good have gone, are going to go, you have a lot still left behind. That's why we have programs like Deloitte Academy, for example, where we bring massive numbers of people in, train, upskill, And some of them we retain to work with us, some go to work with our clients and whatnot. We have partnerships with companies like SAP, for example. They have a program called YPP. They train at virtually no cost every year, about 50, 100 people. We take like 10, 15 to come and work with us. They go all over just to build out this skill and this talent. But the key thing to focus on in my mind is rather than just focusing on building the skill, is retaining this skill in a way that unlocks the true value. And what we think companies need to focus on is getting agile leadership. Because if you don't have the right culture, even if someone was going to stay with you and work with you, the way you manage, the way you run them, the way you utilize their talent can make them say, I'm fed up, I'm not going to do this anymore. That kind of culture is what you see in these unicorns you are talking about. The agile culture, zero hierarchy, free communication. That we've seen has helped a great deal, even in the face of the onslaught of these foreign forces taking our talent away, have helped us at Deloitte to retain a lot of our skilled talent, because they know that within our organization, they have a voice, they have the imperative to make decisions and to make an impact, and they have a purpose that even goes beyond profit. So that kind of agile mindset is something that we also need to bear in mind as we are looking at managing talent.
Okay, this is very interesting. I'll move right into Frank Oye, who is with Margins Group. Basically, we're looking at the barriers to digital transformation for a country, right? We've talked about cybersecurity. We know there is an authority who oversees that. We've looked at talent. I want to move to identity, KYC, knowing your customer, having further trust in the ecosystem. How are we leading in that? I know you've joined ID for Africa. Margins is Ghana is actually one of the most progressive ID ID hubs in Ghana, because without that, we're not going to get anywhere. So where are we in terms of leadership, and what kind of leadership acceptance have you gotten from the top? Is political support, management support, to be able to drive this particular key agenda to be able to allow digital transformation to thrive?
Thank you. To put it simply, Margins' purpose is to make every African count, and indeed making every Ghanaian count. That is our business. We are into the identity business. And I'm sure all of you here are customers of the Margins Group, because when you have your national ID card, indeed, you are a customer. So it means that when we want to go through the digital platform, you want verified identities. We cannot digitize when we don't have real identities that can be verified. So what we've done in the Margins Group is that we have first and foremost put together world-class solutions. What do I mean? If you look at your Ghana card, it's a smart card. It has all the significant technological features that makes us best in class when it comes to identity in Ghana. And these cards, I'm glad to say, were all manufactured here in Ghana. 148K gig on your card, dual interface, all the security features, that makes us one of the unique cards in the world. Secondly, it's only a matter of card, it's about the data. The whole concept about identity is about data and how we can turbocharge and harness the data. So we've inserted digitization into our identification system such that it is turbocharged. You can access any services through your Ghana card by just putting your unique ID PIN number. And what makes that very critical, because for those who may not know, about 90% of Ghanaians who registered for Ghana card were previously undocumented. What this means is that by the stroke of the Ghana card, we have opened and encouraged social and financial inclusion in the country. So I'm glad to hear the DG of GRA saying, put a Ghana card, you can pay your taxes, SNAID, all these institutions have put in place, which takes us down the road of data harmonization and data integration. What does that mean? It means that by virtue of your Ghana card, which is unique, we can actually tell whether you're tax compliant, whether you've renewed your driver's license, all the key social public policy intervention programs that are critical to the country. Secondly, apart from the solution, we also put in place a very critical business model where it's not only about technology, but also what business model would make it possible and even feasible in the country. We designed a public-private partnership with NIA, our partners, who have made us allocate our risks, also make sure that we deliver an efficient service that actually harnesses the strengths of each respective party in this public-private partnership. And I must say, this would not have been possible without the support of leadership of this country. They saw what the potential is. They actually have been very supportive of this project. It's not gone without its challenges, but as you can see, there's wide acceptance of the whole Ghana Card project. Everybody in this room, I dare say, has a Ghana Card in their hands. And we are all looking forward to the next stage where we begin to verify and use the card for transactions in this country to reduce the risks and menace of fraud and also impersonations in the country. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So without government, we can't do anything. Without ID, we can't do anything. This leads us to the next obstacle in our way for digitization, which is capital. And I'm joined here today with the DG of Ghana Stock Exchange, the CEO, Mr. Eko Afeje. So, Mr. Eko, you're the boss of the stock exchange. You're supposed to help us basically raise capital for key initiatives. Ghana has not raised a unicorn yet. We're hoping we'll get a unicorn soon. I'm sure if we have to put GRA into the unicorn status and start, P&Ls around GRA, we'll get a lot of investments into GRA, right? How are we creating liquidity in the stock market? How are we bringing capital into the ecosystem here in Ghana to spur up digitization as a hot area? In Nigeria, more tech companies are getting funded than any other industry. So what can we do in Ghana to sort of build up this kind of capital raise and regional integration, if you will?
Thank you very much. And you keep on changing my topic. From digitization to integration now to capital raising. It doesn't matter. All ends up on one. How do we raise capital to develop our businesses, to expand and grow the economy generally? Stock markets generally are set up to provide or facilitate the mobilization of long-term capital. And that is what most exchanges do all over the world. At the same time, they provide liquidity for the instruments that have been issued. In other words, you raise capital by floating shares or bonds, and the exchange will provide you that liquidity when you want to sell and get your money back. Ghana Stock Exchange has been in existence for 32 years. We've raised over, let's say, on the bond side, 12 billion cedis have been raised on the market. On the equity side, over 100 billion have been raised on this market. But just by a few companies. We have just about 36 companies listed. Why is this so?
Specifically around tech, what have we done in that gap?
So in order to be able to get around tech, which is their own thing now for exchanges all over, and also for economies, we do have one telecom company on our market. We do have close collaboration with some fintechs in order to bring the doorstep of the exchange, to bring the exchange to the doorstep of the investor. But in terms of financing, what we've noticed that most fintechs are raising capital from outside the country. Most fintechs are getting equity funding from outside the country. So what can we do? What we're trying to do is to try and get closer to the fintechs and try to find out whether we can do some incubation programs where we can get them to raise capital in Ghana so that in Ghana we can grow our businesses and also the wealth we create will also stay in this country. So that is one way that we can go about that. But for digitization, that is the way to go for capital markets. Integration is going to happen, and we need to make sure that digitization is the one that will lead the way in terms of how do we access capital across West Africa. And that is very key. If we want to help fintechs, then we need to create a larger pool of funds. And to be able to do that, then we need to have integration of our capital markets. Together, our market cap in West Africa is just about 270 billion, about 70 billion US dollars, which is just like 1/20th of that of Joburg alone. So that is still very small. But when you take Ghana, it's just like $10 billion. But when you take West Africa as a whole, that's about 70, 80 billion dollars. So we can create that larger pool of funds in order for fintech companies to be able to raise capital across West Africa. But to be able to do that, we also need to do digitization. How do I access the market in Nigeria? How do I access the market in Cote d'Ivoire? So digitization is key, and the exchange is ready to help fintechs to raise long-term capital.
Excellent, excellent. I'm going to shift to my good friend, Connor. Connor is the CEO for Software Group. Software Group, basically, maybe you can introduce who you are real quick, and then your question is, you're on the IP side. You own IP. You're selling this IP that our private sector businesses need. Our public sector businesses require your software. What are some of the constraints you're getting into to speed up adoption of your software or IT tools into this private sector to speed up this digitization agenda that we have?
Thank you very much, Sam. Good afternoon, everybody. It's really great to be here. Software Group is a global technology company. We have a technology stack that we call DigiWave. It's built for scalability and security and massive sort of integration capability. And off of that, we've used sort of a microservices architecture for those of you in the tech space to sort of build a digital banking platform and a digital insurance platform. So that's the introduction side. To answer the question, we're talking about what was billed in the premise for this panel as the fourth industrial revolution, which is effectively the technology revolution. I actually think we've gone through a couple of phases of that revolution so far, and I'd like to talk about, just quickly mention those. So the first phase was probably about 15 years ago, where technology organizations came to various businesses with a piece of white paper, and they said, what would you like? What's going on? And we wrote down all the things that those organizations wanted, and we built that. And that was, I think, really great because it was consultative. So it built trust. But then when it came to implementation, it largely, almost in every case, went over budget, or it took a lot of time, or when the brain trust on either the demand or the supply side of that transaction went away, you ended up with an obsolete system. And nobody knew how to deal with that, and it was very limiting. And that pushed us into phase two, which I think is sort of more like, let's say 10 to 7 years ago, which sort of, that turned the competitive side, the competition side of technology provision to productization, right? So I'm going to develop a product. It's very specific, and in that way, I can be clear and transparent about what it does not do, how fast I can go to market with it, and what it costs. And that was really helpful because it drove technology into a place where we could be a little bit more, we knew it was coming. We could be a little bit more planning oriented. We didn't have to worry about what it did and didn't do. And this was very good because it did drive down costs and it did take things to market quicker. But the problem now with that is quite a few financial service providers or other service providers that rely on digital now have 10 plus vendors. They have 10 plus vendors, and those vendors don't necessarily talk to one another. And unfortunately, that has, in fact, limited innovation. And it means that the vision that you may have for technology is limited by the definition of the product that you own, right? So that enters phase three, which I think has just begun. And I think, well, maybe not just. It had started to begin pre-COVID, but COVID gave it some rocket fuel. Yeah, COVID gave it rocket fuel. And that's phase three, which is standard, but extremely flexible. A bit of a hybrid between the first two phases. Yeah. And so the conversation has flipped from I have this product and here's the features and here's the price, to hopefully much more around value proposition. Right? What are the gaps in your platforms? So to answer the question, how do leaders sort of energize this or move forward in this place? I think it's first a recognition of these phases that we've gone through. I think it's an application of some prioritization in terms of here's the technologies that I have in my suite. I like these, I don't like these work, these don't. But identifying the gaps in between. Let's talk about use cases. Let's talk about pain points. I don't want to have a conversation around product, feature, and price anymore. And if leaders in this room, if leaders on the supply or the demand side of a technology discussion are talking with product, features, and price, in my opinion, and maybe too provocative, but it's the wrong discussion.
It's shifting from the business has a strategy in the boardroom, they create that strategy, then it moves down to the management teams, they say, okay, let's go and do this. But let's go and do this, it moves to the procurement teams, right? So now you have solutions that the big boss wants to deploy, but the procurement guy who wants to consume this tech may be shopping on price. How are you getting over that hurdle? And then I'll move to Adoma, and then we'll come back home, and then we'll close the session.
Yeah.
So what are some of the constraints and how you're removing this procurement? First, you're talking to the guy who knows what they want. Now procurement is now talking to you to consume digitization agenda that wants to be deployed. And
Take the time to have a collaborative and consultative approach. So that aspect of the first phase that I mentioned, which was the consultative side, which built the trust, that has to come back into the discussion. Okay, that has to come back into the discussion. So in order, the constraint is exactly as you said, it went to procurement and it was product, features, price. And so it now needs to come back to that consultative approach. And yes, it may take a little bit of extra time, but then at least you're talking about your needs. You're talking about the business that you want to achieve in the market. Technology shouldn't limit that, right? Technology should follow the business need rather than the business saying, oh, well, we can't do everything we want because this technology only goes so far. In fact, it doesn't anymore. Technology now is able to fill those gaps, yeah? So it's I would say critical to that is a consultative approach with the right stakeholders. It shouldn't bounce around like that. There should be a workshop. Here's our needs, here's our use cases, let's talk. And it doesn't necessarily commit an organization to a sale, right?
Exactly. Awesome, awesome. So now this moves to Adoma. Please introduce yourself. And then your question is, as you know, fintech or financial services is going everywhere. I'll just read a few things. Fintech is the largest category of unicorns, accounting roughly for 1 in every 5 unicorn, which is receiving capital, right? But this is happening to innovators in the center. What's happening to the people in the back end, in the rural areas? How are we solving financial inclusion, right, in Ghana? Because it's cutting across everything. We have Ghana.gov, we have other systems. How is Visa seeing digital leadership, and how are you handling financial inclusion in other markets, and what can we do to learn from that?
Hello, Sam. Good afternoon, everybody. By way of introduction, I look after these operations here in Ghana. So it's really around delivering and executing the strategies, identifying the opportunities, and making sure that we land them. So financial inclusion is very, very, very dear to our hearts. We, from a Visa perspective, see it on many angles, through our business and then also through how we operate as a local business in the markets that we operate in. And I will name 5 things that we have done well, not necessarily in Ghana, but Ghana is part of it, but across the continent and also globally. One of the things that we set out in 2020 is that we said that by 2023, we would enable 50 million small, medium enterprises. And as of January 2022, we had enabled about 24.8, so about 50% of it. With this run rate, we're probably a little bit shy of our target, but it's something that we're really looking to do. Another thing that we've done on the continent is through the Visa Foundation, we've raised $6.85 million and worked with various grants to be able to make that accessible to various entities on the continent. So the height of the pandemic, for example, we're very, very involved with the Red Cross in terms of providing at the time it was access to healthcare, for vulnerable individuals. Another thing that is very dear to our hearts is really around empowering women and women businesses. We all know that if you empower a female, you've empowered whole communities. And so many of you probably have heard about Visa's global initiative called She's Next, where we work with female-owned businesses and work with them to be able to grow their businesses. And through this, we're working with the Women's World Bank, and we've raised about $20 million that we're working on specifically around that. Another thing that we've done, and which is very, very close to here in this market, is we've partnered with a global NGO that works with various companies using tech to grow and scale businesses called NetHope. And they've partnered with a company called SIA, Strategic Invest and Impact Advisors. And we've done a pilot study where we looked at how access to technology, so in this case, it is through smartphones and being able to access digital financial literacy, how it has led to an increase in businesses for female-owned enterprises. We're super excited about that. It's a pilot project which we're hoping to scale, and we're looking to roll out those results very, very soon. And another thing that we've done, and I'm going to end with that, is we are also looking to, well, since 2020, we have enabled globally 500 million underserved and unserved people in the economy. So, these are, probably gives you, there's a lot more, but hopefully this gives you a sense in terms of what we've done around financial inclusion globally in the continents and in Ghana.
So we're not just swiping, you're helping us to really get a message out there, financial literacy.
Yeah, so Sam, it's not just about that, you need to enable economies. And you realize as well that if you digitally enable economies, especially in the developing economies, it can lead to 3% growth in GDP. So this is something that we're very, very serious about. We also realize that if you enable small, medium enterprises digitally, it can lead to a 17% increase in revenue. These are things that we're serious about. We also know that small, medium enterprises are the backbone of communities. They're the backbones of Ghana. And so we need to ensure that we digitally enable and bring more people to be financially included. That's how we're going to grow society.
Excellent. Now I'm going to move to Romeo, who's going to introduce himself. You talked about enabling digital activity. Romeo is the doer. He's not a talker. His company does the work. So Romeo, over to you, right? I think the government has talked about paperless government, digitization, Ghana.gov. We've seen quite a number of initiatives that has gone on, right? Where do you think we are in terms of the maturity of these ecosystems that you're digitizing? Do you feel the ecosystem is ready to adopt digitization? Because I still see a lot of paper in the government agencies, right? So if you have to measure it, where are we, 1 to 10? In terms of that drive, somebody talked about measuring agencies in terms of our digital index, if you will, right? So can we put some scoring around the government digitization agenda, and where are we exactly in terms of that, in your experience?
Thank you very much. It's a very difficult question. I don't have statistics to give. No, I won't try. But we've been doing quite a lot in the space in trying to bring digitization to the government sector, and not just that, and also private. What we've realized is that even as we push on the payment side, enabling people to be able to make the payment, we also want to look at the back end of some of our institutions, because some of our institutions are still paper-based, and that makes it difficult for the citizen to be able to interact. So as part of what we are doing is to create, in fact, we've created a tool that allows companies, government agencies to digitize very, very fast. It's drag and drop, and then we're able to create your form digitally and be able to link it to payment and create a back end for you, and also with the USSD, so that you can quickly start moving as you think about maybe in-depth integration. Because what happens is that a lot of the systems are standalone. But even as GRA boss talked about, integration is going on. And very soon, most of our independent systems will be integrated. And when you are doing integration, you want to make sure that you have a unique identifier that tracks the people. And I think that is what Frank was saying. Once we roll out the Ghana card and it is pervasive, I am waiting for the day when you are born, you have Ghana card. And for that, when we get there, which Vice President is smiling, when we get there, we then will be able to track everyone. And that allows us to be able to pivot our system in a way that integrates all that we are doing. I visited Rwanda, and I wanted to use that as an example. I think the GRA boss talked about 80 kilometers per hour. They have 60 kilometers per hour. And you cannot go beyond that. And what are they doing? They are just using smart cameras on the roads everywhere. It is not in city, but in intercities. You can't go beyond that. When you go beyond it, a ticket is generated. The policeman stops you. There is a vehicle that scans all the vehicles that are coming, and you know that you have a ticket. And you are stopped, you pay, you go. So, yes, in Ghana, we are doing a lot of things right, but we still have a lot to go. Once we're able to get the back ends of our public sectors digitized, then it will allow citizens to be able to interact better. And also, obviously, the businesses to be able to interact with our government agencies better. So maybe we are about a mid, maybe 5 to 6. No, not 5%. About 50 to 55%. Okay. I think we should be aggressive on the public sector back ends to ensure that people will be able to digitize it and the response time to the citizen is improved. Thank you.
Awesome. I saved the last hard question for the best lady here. Madam Yakoba, would you please introduce yourself, what you do? But your question is, as Romeo talked about digitization in the public sector, you're doing quite a bit in the private sector, specifically financial services. What has been the experience and what are some of the roadblocks you've seen in integrating software or IP into this financial services ecosystem?
So my name is Yakobamo. I work with Inlax Limited, and Inlax is part of a group of companies. We've been here in Ghana for almost 25 years. It's a multinational, so we operate within Ghana, across West Africa, East, and we have a regional office in Nigeria and an office in East Africa as well. So Inlax, as you mentioned, we work a lot with the financial, within the financial sector, but not just with the banks. So aside working with a lot of original equipment manufacturers, we also have customized solutions that we work closely with our customers to develop, all in an effort to help them on their digital transformation journey. And specifically, we are very much known within the core banking space, but now it's gone beyond just core banking, but an end-to-end, ensuring that your front end, which includes the channels and all the other ways that the banks interact with their customers, are fully integrated and give a solution that the customer has just one view. He doesn't have to start a transaction on one channel and then have to go and continue and start all over. And we're working very closely with our OEMs to ensure that we deliver these kind of services to our customers. In terms of roadblocks, I think you kind of mentioned one in the sense that the business says, this is where we are going. You have spoken, you have agreed, you've worked collaboratively to agree that this is how we want to go. And then the procurement roadblock. It's one thing that keeps coming up, and we have to go back and ensure that the value that we are bringing, the solution that we are making available to our customer is highlighted for that to, for us to get over that roadblock. I think that on this digitization agenda, the best way is collaboration, because if you just stay in one area and say that because perhaps I'm a bank or I'm a service provider, I would ignore the other areas, you would not achieve end-to-end. And we've seen it in how the telcos are working together with the banks, and now even pushing further to ensure that we include everybody in the digital agenda.
So thank you very much. One other roadblock which I didn't talk about, and the GRA boss is not here, 80 to 90% of the technology we use is imported from Oracle, Microsoft, Google, you name it. There is currently no incentive for the local ecosystem to build global platforms, or what we call enterprise software. So I'm appealing to the general public and the vice president and the team to look at how we can reduce the barriers of entry, so we could task the OEMs, as Yakuba said, so they can contribute more onshore to develop the local ecosystem, the startup ecosystem, the innovation hubs. So a percentage of their sales hopefully could be contributed towards the development of talent on ground. Last words, I think one of the key areas of investment that's also needed is cybersecurity. The skill set for cybersecurity is very low. If you look at Ghana is growing in the cybersecurity adoption. So we need some investment. So it's your last words, and then we'll bring this beautiful panel to an end.
I think it's just, you sum up, Sam, that as we digitalize, we should consider as a complementary enabling intervention our investment in cybersecurity, and we'll be fine. Thank you.
Collaboration is the way
Collaboration.
to
The power of the ecosystem is something that we can never ever underestimate. But we need to invest in our people, and we need to invest massively in a very large scale, because the future is here.
I would say don't sleep on data protection. It's probably coming in one way, shape, or form, and it will alter your technology setup and the way that you deal with your constituents.
I would say measurement and evaluation. I think as a nation, we should develop our own digital index and then link that to our GDP growth to actually measure the contribution of digitization to the economy in all areas. Thank you.
I would say building trust in the local fintechs, and so that we can take advantage of the growth that we are seeing in that space.
I would say long-term capital can be raised in Ghana. The exchange has created 3 markets, 2 equity markets and a debt market, and fintech companies can take advantage of that and raise long-term capital.
For me, I would say that economies that include everyone benefits. And so let's do what we can to make sure that there's more financial inclusion.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to our high-tech talk. And Dr. Busiako, Yakoba, Wale, thank you. Connor, Frank, Romeo, Doc, thank you. And my sister Adoma, thank you so much. I hope you found this informative. And we look forward to hearing more from you next time.
Captains of industry, all other distinguished protocols observed. My name is Kofi Abuchi. I'm the board chair of the advisory board of the CEO Network. With the pleasure, I have the opportunity of introducing my CEO, the CEO of CEOs, Mr. Ernest Ligraftige. I'd like to introduce someone who needs no introduction, and that makes it difficult and easy at the same time. He's a friend of this summit, and as far as I can remember, he's constantly responded to our call. Because he needs little introduction, I guess at this stage I would just like to ask that appropriate honors be accorded by all of us just rising to welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Captains of industry, distinguished invited guests, media, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to join you every year at the Ghana CEO Summit to deliberate on important matters affecting corporate Ghana and the economy as a whole. A gathering such as this always provides an ideal opportunity to dialogue and learn about best practices in the management of businesses, particularly in challenging times as the present global economic circumstances. This summit offers a rare opportunity to engage most active stakeholders to share a few thoughts on the evolving fortunes of our economy. A year ago, a similar dialogue was held on this same platform on resetting businesses and the economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many months after, our economy continues to grow despite the shocks of the pandemic. At the event, I reiterated the need in the context of the fourth industrial revolution to reset our economic models and transform into a digital economic system. And this game-changing transformative economic model is what our government has been pursuing since 2017. We've seen the economic growth data right from the pandemic period to date, and there has been some significant progress after the major slowdown in 2020. The key driver of this growth, which is double the sub-Saharan African average, has been the government's unwavering efforts at building a digital economy that can impact national transformation for the benefit of all. It is therefore timely that we've gathered here today to deliberate on the need for digital leadership for a digital economy and how adopting digital approaches to business feeds into broader government goal of digital transformation. I commend the CEO network for the choice of this topic, given its incremental impact on the one chosen last year, and demonstrates an important consistency in this vein. The need for digital transformation cannot be overemphasized, as it underlies the future of Ghana's economic development. In the absence of building an integrated economic model founded on the removal of the human interface in our national economic agenda, corruption and general inefficiency will continue to hamper our quest for the economic leap we so desire. For many years now, the government of Ghana has been putting in place measures to design and implement a robust framework for a digital economy. Various digital infrastructure has been introduced to make the conduct of business and living generally easier and more efficient. When I was at the Bank of Ghana before I came into politics, we were doing monetary policy fundamentally. And at the end of the day, as we implemented our framework for monetary policy and kept wanting to bring down interest rates, we realized that there was a lot of rigidity in bringing down interest rates. We brought down inflation and we expected interest rates to come down. Hopefully we thought to single digits, but that was to be wishful thinking. So we kept one of the favorite discussions we had was, why are interest rates so stubbornly high? Why are they so stubbornly high? Why don't we have a working credit reference agency as in many other jurisdictions. As we, of course, mulled over this issue, we identified a number of factors that contributed to this high level, relatively, of interest rates. And at the heart of it was a very high cost of doing business in the country. And that cost reflects in many areas, including the cost of money. And so we realized that there were a lot of basic systems that were not in place. There was no unique identity in the country. You could not uniquely identify individuals. So people could go from one bank to another and change their identity, borrow, not pay, and you will not have consequences. You'll just move and find a new identity, and so on. And that was a major, major problem. We didn't have an address system, which again, was a major drawback to running a credit reference agency. Where do you live? If the debt collectors want to collect debt, how do they find you? And an economy where you did not have a working address system was a major, major challenge. And I wrote a book in 2010 where I was looking at this particular issue. And we was basically concluding that the reason why we had these high interest rates were because some of these critical systems that would allow interest rates to come down and reduce the cost of business were not in place. And this is why when we came into office in 2017, we started trying to put some of these systems in place so that we could reduce the cost of doing business and hopefully bring down interest rates. Of course, unique identity was a major problem, and we then picked up on the Ghana card to implement the Ghana card with the NIA Emergence Partnership. Thus far, we've enrolled close to 16 million people as in terms of the Ghana card enrollments, which is major by any stretch of the imagination. The national, digital property addressing system has also been implemented, and we have addresses for pretty much every location or property in Ghana. And that is a major leap in terms of where we were before. Then we came to the issue of financial inclusion. At that time when I was at the bank, about 70% of our people, our adult population or so, did not have a bank account, which cannot help if you are trying to bring down interest rates where savings are not in the bank, right? If 70% of your people don't have a bank account, it means a lot of savings are outside the bank. So the supply of savings, of course, will be lower, and if the supply is lower relative to demand, then the price will be higher, so you'll have a higher interest rate. So we wanted to find a way to make sure that at least, my goal was ambitious, every adult Ghanaian should have a bank account. That was the simple task we set ourselves. But we realized that we could achieve this through making the mobile money account similar to a bank account. And this is what drove mobile money interoperability. The first of its kind that we did in Africa. So we linked mobile money wallets with bank accounts so that there was interoperability between the bank account and the mobile money wallet, so that for all intents and purposes, if you have a mobile money account in Ghana, you can transact on it like you do your normal bank account. You can pay into a bank account and receive money from a bank account and so on. And so we did mobile money interoperability, and with doing so, we solved a major problem of financial inclusion. The adults today, we have at least 90% of the adult population of Ghana having a bank account, either in the form of a mobile money account or a traditional bank account as we look at it. 90%. And that is a major jump in where we had. So the problem of financial inclusion is one that we have done a lot on. We transformed, we also then moved to the issue of formalization. When we came into office, only 4% of the adult population had a tax identification number. GRA was here talking about the difficulty. Now, we just said, let's flip the Ghana card to become the tax ID number. And immediately we did that. We moved from 4% of the adult population to 85% of the adult population with a tax identification number. And we also know where they live. So if you don't file your taxes, because we have your digital addresses, we can find you. And so we started formalizing the system. The social security number is also now, the Ghana card number is your social security number, is your TIN number, it's your NHIS number. Digitize the passport office so that the process of obtaining a passport became very, very easy. DVLA has done a tremendous world-class effort in digitization and offers major services in that regard. We have done a lot on the births and deaths registry. Romeo was up here earlier, and when he was saying that he hopes one day when somebody is born, they will have a national ID number, as you have, say, in many of the Western countries. I smile because I think that Ghana, by next year, the system is almost ready. By next year, immediately you are born, you'll be given your national ID number. Because we are linking the births and deaths registry, where we are completing the digitization. We are linking it with the Ghana Health Service, linking it with the NIA, linking it with immigration, linking it with the police. Moses and his team are hard at work at making this happen. And the Ghana Statistical Service has provided us 13,000 tablets. And so we are going to all the places where mothers are basically going to be tracked from pregnancy all the time up to when they are born, and the baby will be given the national ID number right there. So a lot of work is being done in this regard. Of course, we did the motor insurance database, where it allows us to find the status, insurance status of any vehicle on the phone. Recently, we've even helped the football business by doing e-ticketing at stadia. And they've seen their revenues jump up tremendously. Yesterday, I was hearing that there were fake tickets in the Champions League match. Maybe we'll give them some technical assistance to digitize their ticketing. Now, we've done Ghana.gov, which is going also very well, because it's a one-stop portal for all government services that reduces the cost of doing business tremendously. The GRA Director General talked about filing your taxes on the mobile phone. And this is something that is very, very, very important. We've pushed, and I think the system is ready for launch. If he was being a little modest, but the system is ready, and we are going to launch it this year. And you'll be able, and what we did, I mean, we brought in, of course, at the economic management team, the business people, Makola market women, Okaishi, and so on, to talk about, this whole issue of filing taxes and the challenges they have and all of that. And so the new system, the new online system, has really broken down this complicated GRA tax form into very simple questions, because we wanted to see how a Makolo woman or an Okaishi woman can just fill a tax return very simply without the complications that they will have to go through filling up forms, so they can do it on their mobile phone. And so that was the standard. And I think they've done a pretty good job of that. And when they come out with it, it will be very, very simple. And as he says, once you file and pay, the idea is that you will automatically get, once it's gone through, you automatically get your tax clearance certificate, so that you don't have to apply for it anymore separately. So it makes it very, very interesting. The market women generally said, look, we like to pay taxes, but we know that when we pay, the tax doesn't get to the government. So we want a system where we can pay and it will get directly to the government. And the mobile, through the mobile telephone network, is a very good way for them to do it. Of course, there's a lot of work also going on at the Registrar General's Department, because a lot of businesses interface with the Registrar General's Department, and we've seen a lot of challenges, and their whole system is being updated. And we hope that within 6 to 12 months maximum, there will be a whole new system which is going to be very efficient. And someone said that they want it linked to the GRA, and I think it is going to be linked to GRA when it is launched. So we are very, very happy about that. Where we go, what we want to do next is the assemblies. The assemblies are also a major bottleneck, especially when it comes to granting of permits and so on. And so that is where we are going to turn our attention to help digitize the operations of the district assemblies and the metropolitan assemblies, so that they can offer services in a very efficient manner across. And of course, we are integrating all these databases slowly with one source of truth, which is the national ID card. So we're integrating the NIA card with the SNIT, with the NHIS, Controller and Accountant General, DVLA, the bank accounts, SIM cards, and so on. And that will provide us a very efficient way of basically managing the country and economy. We also know, of course, that internet connectivity is very, very important in the whole digitalization space. If you don't have sufficient connectivity across, you will have challenges, and we are working on that. I would just like to note that over 70% of the NCA licensed fiber optic cable infrastructure of Ghana, over 70% of it has been put in place just in the last 5 years. The NCA licensed fiber optic cable. And so we are working on, and the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization is also working on making sure through GIFEC that in the rural communities we have access to internet connectivity. With this said, I would like to charge all of you gathered here today as business leaders to make deliberate efforts towards employing digital leadership in running your businesses, and strive to complement the efforts of government in the realization of this goal. Digitalization is change. We are bringing new systems. And what I have found in the context of government and leading the digitalization agenda is that there is resistance to change. I mean, I look at when we tried to do paperless ports. I mean, you had, one day of the operation, there was demonstration there to say the system is not working. I said, but the day has not even ended. This is the first day. But you had protest upon protest, and you need to be very focused and have the will to get it done, because every change means that the status quo disappears, and there are a lot of interested parties in the status quo. The opaque systems that we operate, the lack of transparency allows for a lot of corruption. And corruption means people have money, they count on those monies daily. And they have, some have to make accounts. So when you are doing digitalization, you are fighting corruption. You will get resistance. And it's the same in the private sector. New systems will mean resistance of different levels. And so we have found so many challenges, but we've had the political will to do so much in a relatively short time. We've done quite a lot, and I want to encourage you to be aware that there will be resistance to change, but you should continue in that effort, and we are going to continue doing that. As leaders of your various organizations, you need to build a culture of digital transformation to remain competitive. The realization of the Sustainable Development Goals requires a concerted effort from both the private and public sectors, and these efforts must be underpinned by digital leadership to yield results. It is my expectation, ladies and gentlemen, that this summit, just like the previous ones, will be replete with new ideas and strategies for the benefit of corporate Ghana and for the entire country. May I use this opportunity to remind you once again that as CEOs and senior management personnel, the success or otherwise of your organizations rests largely with the kind and quality of leadership that you provide. The duty required of you is a Herculean one, but one that can be achieved with the right attitude and strategy. Digital transformation calls for the right leadership, and I am confident that having met here, you have advertised the needed spirit and desire to get this done. But technology drives innovation, and innovation drives development. Inevitable trajectory of national development requires that we embrace technology now, and you are the leaders that I can count on to help advance that agenda. This global economic challenges that we are having from COVID and Ukraine and all of that, we don't know when it's going to finish, but it will end. That is what we expect. It will end. No matter how long it takes, it will end. But in the meantime, the economies because the global architecture is going to change once this is over. It's clearly, we will have a completely different architecture that is going to emerge. The, global supply chain, that we used to know will change. Your countries are going to want to be less dependent on others because of what we have seen. Vaccines. Ghana is trying to produce our own vaccines now with manufacturing, and so there will be more South-South cooperation. There will be more, intra-African trade. That is what is the new system that is coming. But as we are transitioning towards this new system, we have to take advantage of and put in place the systems that will allow us to be competitive in this new global architecture that is emerging. And that is why, not only for Ghana, Ghana has taken the lead in the context of Africa. It's got a leading position as far as the digitalization agenda is concerned. But I think that we, in Africa and in Ghana, we have to put in place the systems that will allow this economy to transform. And those systems are going to be put in place through digital transformation. All the things that we are working on, so that when we finish, you'll have an engine that is going to drive the new growth. I'm very optimistic about the future because we are putting in place the right systems. Thank you for your attention. God bless you.
Gentlemen, the Vice President of our Republic. Mr. Vice President, if you'd be kind as to stay with me just for a short while. You've shown us that digital leadership can be achieved at an organizational level, but much more than that, it can be achieved at an individual level, like you've shown. Today, people think that even the Vice President's position should be an elected position. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Vice President of our Republic. Please be seated for a brief moment. I shall invite to join you our convener, together with our board chair. Mr. Vice President, briefly, I just want you to salute men and women who have also advanced the cause of the digital agenda in their own way. We begin with the CEO of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be swift with this. Let me invite the first, Equatorial Coca-Cola Bottling Company, the Managing Director, Felix Gomez. for the manufacturing sector, beverage. Congratulations, Mr. Gomez. Thank you very much. Promising CEO of the Year, multinational for electricals manufacturing, African Diamond Cable Company Limited, Mustafa Kore Kunt. Group CEO of the Year for the conglomerate business, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Chairman, KGL Group, Mr. Alex Dade. Right after him, CEO of the Year, Technology ICT, the CEO IPMC, Mr. Ma Deep Hari. CEO of the Year, Agribusiness, the President and Regional Head, Olam Agri Limited, Amit Agrawal. Mr. Agrawal also takes CEO of the Year in the food category, 2 awards at the same time. A round of applause. A representative. Thank you. All right. Let's now move to the next, which is ZPay CEO of the Year, FinTech. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Techiapea. Okay, if it's not here, we move to the next. CEO of the Year, Automobile. Ladies and gentlemen, CEO of Silver Star Auto Limited, Asad Nazir. CEO of the Year, Media Television Group CEO, Media General, Beatrice Ajiman. CEO of the Year, Multinational Technology, the Regional CEO, Software Group, Kono Hanan. CEO of the Year, Health Insurance, the CEO of Acacia, Dr. Dan Amo. CEO of the Year, Shipping, ladies and gentlemen, Group Chairman, McDan Group, Dr. Daniel Macaulay. CEO of the Year, Life Insurance, the CEO of Enterprise Insurance, Jacqueline Benging. CEO of the Year, Real Estate, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of JL Properties, James Orleans Lindsay. CEO of the Year, Banking, the MD, GCB Bank, John Kofi Adomako. CEO of the Year, Pensions, CEO Enterprise Trustees, Joseph Ampofo. CEO of the Year, Hospitality, the CEO of Safari Group, Samuel Afari. CEO of the Year, Pharmaceuticals, the CEO, Tobinco Pharmaceuticals, Samuel Amo Tobin. CEO of the Year, Telecommunication, the CEO, MTN Ghana, Salom Adadevo. CEO of the Year, Manufacturing Cement, the CEO, Gassem Stefano Galini. CEO of the Year, Retail Electronics, the CEO, CompuGhana, Said Masri. CEO of the Year, Printing, the CEO, JK Pawan Aidasani. CEO of the Year, Stationery, the CEO, Kingdom Books and Stationery, Peter Jating. CEO of the Year, Electricals, Electronics Manufacturing, the CEO, Tropical Cable and Conductors Limited, Martin Mensah. CEO of the Year, Aviation Airlines, the Country Manager, Air France KLM, Myers van Ojik. CEO of the Year, Metals and Building Products, the CEO, B5 Group, Mike Mukesh Takwani. CEO of the Year, Manufacturing Water, the CEO, Blow Group, Belakwa, Manoj Lakiani. CEO of the Year, Retail Multi-Store, Oka Deco, Ryan Sharara. CEO of the Year, Cosmetics Toiletries, the CEO, FC Group, Grace Ame Obing. CEO of the Year, Advertising Outdoor, the CEO, DDP Outdoor, Norbert Rufu. CEO of the Year, Agro Industry, the CEO, Ecom Ghana, Muhammadu Muzamil. CEO of the Year, Pipes and Rubber, the CEO, Interplast, Hesam Fakri. CEO of the Year, Multinational Automobile, the CEO, Tractor Freak Motors Limited, Matteo Castri. CEO of the Year, Downstream Petroleum, the CEO of GOIL, Honorable Kwame Osei Prempe. CEO of the Year, Tourism, the Group CEO, Sunseeker Stores Limited, Kwame Ansong. CEO of the Year, Energy Power, the CEO, VRA, Emmanuel Enchi Dakwa. CEO of the Year, Chemicals, Mina Chemicals, Emmanuel K. Jima. CEO of the Year, Real Estate Development Construction, the CEO, Eris Properties, Enoch Ensua Mensa. CEO of the Year, General Insurance, the Managing Director, Enterprise Insurance, Ernestina Abe. CEO of the Year, Environmental and Sanitation, the Executive Chairman of the Jospong Group, Dr. Joseph Sianwe Jepong. It is received on his behalf. The CEO of the Year, Healthcare, New Crystal Hospital Group, Dr. Wisdom Amagleto. CEO of the Year, the Country Manager for Deloitte Ghana, Daniel K. Owusu. CEO of the Year, Corporate Law, Legal Practice, Executive Chairman, AB and David Africa, David Ofusudote. We now move to CEO of the Year, Media Print, the CEO, Graphics Communications, Ato Afo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to CEO of the Year, Manufacturing Alcoholic Beverage, Guinness Ghana, Elizabeth Helene Wesse. CEO of the Year, Media Radio, the COO, Multimedia Group, Ken Ansa. CEO of the Year, Media Online, the CEO, Omni Group, Samuel Atta Mensah. And the female CEO of the Year, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of the Greens, Kiran Daswani. We now move to Outstanding Public Leadership Awards. There are just 7. We start with Public Sector, CEO NPA, Mustafa Abdul Hamid. The Honorable. Outstanding Public Leadership Award, Public Sector, the Commissioner General, GRA, Reverend Dr. Amishadai Osu Amoa. Outstanding Public Leadership Award, Public Sector, the CEO, GIPC, Mr. Yofi Grant. Outstanding Public Leadership Award, Public Sector, the CEO, the Ghana Stock Exchange, Mr. Eko Afedi. Ladies and gentlemen, CEO Outstanding Public Leadership Award, Transportation, Mr. Kwesi Ajimanbuzia, DVLA. Leadership Excellence Award, Downstream Petroleum. Let's go to Allied Oil Ghana Limited, Elliot Okujeto. With 12 more awards to go. Banking, Business Leadership, Leadership Excellence Award, the CEO, ABSA Ghana, Abna Osei Poku. Leadership Excellence Award, Banking, Business Leadership, CEO, ADB, Dr. Kofi Mensah. Leadership Award, Technology, Regional CEO, C Squared, Estelle Akufio Soa. Leadership Award, CEO, Gold Key Properties, Fuseina Abu. Leadership Award, CEO, Key Contracting Limited, Hussein Fakri for Architecture. We now move to the Hall of Fame. Please make welcome the first in this category for construction, the CEO, Special Investment Group, Dr. Ernesto Forisapong. Make welcome for Public Sector Regulations, Upstream Petroleum, former CEO of the GMPC, Dr. K.K. Sapong. Make welcome Hall of Fame, the founder and executive chairman, Allied Ghana and Oil Channel, Mr. Dan Okujeto. Hall of Fame, Group CEO, Enterprise Group, Mr. Kelly Gazako. Hall of Fame CEO, Stratcom, Esther Koba. Hall of Fame Chairman, Ishmael Yamson and Associates, Mr. Ishmael Yamson. Hall of Fame, the CEO, Margins Group, Mr. Moses Baden Jr. Hall of Fame, the CEO, Delta Airlines, Mr. Paco Shum. Hall of Fame, the Executive Chairman, Unichem Pharmaceuticals, Raj Mohan. Hall of Fame, the CEO, Business and Financial Times, Dr. Edith Dankwa. Hall of Fame, the CEO, Mullen Low, Noko Ikia Dria. And the last in the Hall of Fame for automobile, the CEO, Japan Motors, Salem Kalmoni. 2 final awards to go, the overall CEO of the year, public sector and private sector. This is how we crown the Excellence Awards at the 6th Ghana CEO Summit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO of the Year, Public Sector, the CEO of VRA, Mr. Emmanuel Enchi Dakwa. An honor well deserved. We salute you for your amazing leadership in the public sector. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the overall CEO of the year, Private Sector Ghana, the President and Regional Head, Olam Agri Limited, Mr. Amit Agrawal. Mr. Vice President, thank you for everything. Respectfully, I shall invite you down as I invite all award recipients to please come up for a group photograph, and then we see the Vice President off.